Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming's congressional delegation is blaming Senate Democrats for the federal government shutdown that took effect at midnight. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Barry reports from D.C. that one Wyoming senator has some harsh words for Democrats.
U.S. Senator John Barrasso calling it idiocy on the part of the Democrats not to cooperate with the Republicans. The Wyoming congressional delegation is essentially saying that the Democrats in the Senate, led by Chuck Schumer of New York, they're saying this is an act of retribution against the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, because in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, where huge spending cuts were made, the Democrats had no voice. They were shut out of the process. That was a strictly party line process in the Senate, whereas now, with the shutdown, the Democrats had leverage. The Republicans needed the Democrats' votes to avoid a shutdown, and the Democrats said, we're not doing it.
Back in Wyoming, Governor Mark Gordon and Secretary of State Chuck Gray issued statements supporting the federal lawmakers. As Wyoming's House Freedom Caucus continues to act as one of the most vocal proponents of property tax cuts on behalf of what it sees as a very weary tax base, Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that one Sheridan County official said on Tuesday that relatively few people are using these programs.
On one side, we've got the House Freedom Caucus and people that are fighting to cut out waste, fraud, and abuse from the government. But on the other side, we have these smaller local jurisdictions that are trying to hang on to their limited budgets as property tax revenue continues to decrease. Now, today, I was looking for solutions and I came across property tax relief services. These are actual services provided by county governments to provide relief to the people who need it the most, that find that they're struggling with paying these taxes. Now, what I found, however, is that not a lot of people are taking advantage of these programs, and that's because some of the way that they're structured requires interest payments to be made on these taxes that are deferred. And what I found is that that kind of represents a prohibitive cost to some people.
After rallying to pass a 25% cut earlier this year, the Freedom Caucus is now aiming for additional relief as high as 50%. I'll be back with more news right after this.
I'm Reed Reisner. Wyoming's not just where I live, it's who I am. I've worked hard to support local families, veterans, and small business owners, because when they succeed, our whole state gets stronger.
Reed Reisner, focused on Wyoming's economic growth and long-term prosperity.
I'm Reed Reisner, and I'm committed to Wyoming's future.
Learn more about Reed Reisner and OmniVest Financial at omnivestfinancial.com.
Securities and advisory services offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Wyoming has again earned the dubious distinction from a safety watchdog group as the nation's deadliest state for big rig crashes. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports that Truck Safety Coalition is blaming extreme and unpredictable weather, including high winds, sudden snowstorms, and low visibility, particularly along the Interstate 80 corridor, for the high propensity of the deadly crashes.
The Wyoming Trucking Association pointed out to me today, they think the study is flawed because it's based on per capita, which Wyoming has the smallest population in the U.S. and the most truck traffic. So you're going to have truck crashes, but there's other places that have far more than Wyoming. So they think the results are somewhat skewed, but they do admit there is a problem. This organization uses Wyoming as like a benchmark, but the Trucking Association believes that's kind of flawed math.
The Truck Safety Coalition, a Washington, D.C.-based advocacy organization, released its annual list of the 12 worst states for truck fatalities on Monday, based on the most recent data from the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration. With Wyoming sitting on top of the list, New Mexico, Mississippi, North Dakota, and Oklahoma round out the top 5. And Justin Lucht was working on the Moss Ranch near Lovell on Monday when he spotted one of the many big sheep that frequent the foothills of the Bighorn Mountains. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi spoke with Lucht and found that the Bighorns may have one of the coolest sheep populations in the state because of a very distinctive feature.
So bighorn sheep tend to grow symmetrical horns where the horns sprout out of their head and they curl inward around their eyes. But the thing that's interesting in Lovell is that there have been several bighorn sheep spotted that have asymmetrical horns. One grows faster than the others.
Several rams harvested from this herd have the same unique look rather than the more symmetrical appearance of the horns on most bighorn rams. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Some people judge a book by its cover, and if you're not what people are looking for, you're kind of like a reject.
At school, it feels like everyone's staring at me and I'm just kind of not really a person.
Sometimes I can't believe that you could be proud of me if I'm not proud of myself.
It just was hard today. Nobody was listening to me.
Think of our best times together. Let's do more of that.
Try to understand me more, and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find ways to support your kids at sounditouttogether.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show Wednesday. Also October 1st, and happy anniversary to us, Cowboy State Daily. We've been on the air now for a calendar year. Who knew we would make it? Yeah, we launched October 1, 2024. Now celebrating 1 year on the air. Radio stations across the state, yes. And we're on the Facebook, X, YouTube, live on the website, cowboystatedaily.com. Run it back on demand at your favorite podcast platform. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show, and the government shut down. So are we. Goodbye. No, we're not really. Wouldn't that be nice if we could just do things like the government? Oh, look, we don't have enough money to keep operating. No, we can't do that. Right now, radio stations across the state are trying to adjust their something. They're probably pushing buttons like, why does the show keep going off the air? Because it's government shutdown. What's open? What isn't? And what's still kind of fuzzy? We'll take a look at it. And of course, there'll be a lot of finger pointing, a lot of blaming. And it's already begun. Senator John Barrasso calls it idiocy. We'll look at government shutdown and what that means to you. Not the first time. Government shutdown, whole mess of times. Since, 1980 at least. 24 times. Sheridan County may drop their property tax deferral thing because nobody likes it. Nobody signed up for it. 2 people have used it in like a decade. Yeah. Property tax rates, 25% cut over the last legislative session, but we're not done yet. Freedom Caucus wants to cut even deeper into property taxes, maybe 50%. They're still going at it. Representative Rachel Rodriguez-Williams from Cody, she's the chair of the Freedom Caucus, says they're eyeing deeper cuts, property tax, giving more relief to folks in their home. But what is that going to mean on the other end when the revenue doesn't come in and communities struggle? Counties, towns. Well, just look at Sheridan County. Maybe Freedom Caucus says they've got property tax relief there available, and nobody's taking advantage of it. Wyoming tops the list as one of the deadliest states to drive big trucks in, big rigs. Not a surprise. small state. If you do per capita, we're always going to appear top of the list in a lot of categories because we're a big state size-wise, but we don't have many people. And then you factor in weather, Interstate 80, called the gauntlet, and yeah, forget it. Of course, statistics going to show that this is no place to drive your 18-wheeler safely anyway. Pretty cool aurora borealis going on out there, and a unique effect, a unique phenomenon of northern lights called Steve. Like the name, Steve. It's weird. Andrew Rossi has that story. Maybe we'll ask Don Day later, our weather guy, what Steve is. And what else? A lot of stories over the last 24 hours since yesterday. We'll talk with many special guests today, including an award-winning filmmaker. We'll check in with a unique program designed to get the word out on suicide and hopefully prevent and put boots on the feet of high school seniors. Yeah, that'll be cool. Julie's with, not Julie. Julie's with us for another reason. Julie's with Wyoming Outreach. Oh, it is Julie. Okay, with the J Foundation. And the cat's already excitable. The raccoons must be outside. I can hear them trying to get into things. Yeah, we'll talk to Jackie over at the J Foundation. Yeah, many special guests. First, we should probably do a weather forecast, a weather check for you. Casper, sunny, breezy, high 74 today. Riverton, sunny, 74 as well. Evanston, sunshine, 67, the expected high. 70 at Green River, go Wolves. Pinedale, partly sunny today with highs around 60. Alpine, topping out in the mid-60s. DuBois, slight chance of rain, otherwise mostly sunny, breezy, 61. Jackson, rain early, partly sunny in the afternoon, 62 the high. Thermopolis, 75 and sunny. Isn't that a Joe Nichols song? It is. Mostly sunny, breezy in Cody, 71. 71 and sunny in Buffalo. Sheridan, you'll be in the upper 70s today with sunshine. Gillette, sunny, 74. Same in Newcastle. Torrington, sunny, 82. Hot spot in the state today. Torrington, as usual. Lusk, 75 and sunny. Mostly sunny in Cheyenne at the state capitol, with highs around 74. 67 in Laramie with sunny skies. And same in Rawlins, sunny and 67. That's what it looks like across the state today, and a beautiful day. Just a little front end rain, and then otherwise pretty nice this afternoon. What's the problem, Cap? I wonder if last time this year, I did go back and look at some old shows, and we'll play some clips from that very first show. How embarrassing. I wonder if we had a cat meowing in the background. I bet we did, because that's about this time last year the cat showed up. Yeah. And yeah, it's been a year of the cat bothering the show. Early on in the first few weeks of the show, or the first month, people used to say, "Show us the cat" on the video part. And we did show the cat, and people have maybe lost interest. Here's the big story of the day. Wyoming delegation pins the federal shutdown on the idiocy of Democrats. Of course, the blaming, the finger pointing has already started. From the Senate floor Tuesday, Senator John Barrasso said, if we shut down at midnight, it's going to be the result of the idiocy of Democrats. And we did shut down at midnight. Didn't get anywhere. Comments echoed by Barrasso, from Barrasso, echoed by also U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis, U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman. Both agreed the Democrats did this. Democrats were holding out on a couple of things. One, I don't mind because it personally affects me, and that's... I can't take this cat anymore. All right, I'm going to play just a music bed while I throw him the heck out. All right, goodbye, cat. Democrats were trying to hold out. They were trying to die on that one hill called Affordable Care Act credits. And that's the discontinuation of Affordable Care Act credits that was in the budget previously in the BBB. The big, beautiful bill, the Affordable Care Act credits went away, and that means an increase in your health insurance. And in some cases, we've seen personally affects me at my job. We saw a healthcare provider in Wyoming just go away, say, nah, can't do it anymore. Leaving the state with 2, or I say 1.5, viable options for healthcare. Wyoming has Blue Cross Blue Shield and then the other outfit, I think called United Health. And that's it. Two choices for your healthcare in the state. Across the country, similar, not enough choices, driving prices up without Affordable Care Act credits. And otherwise subsidizing healthcare and Obamacare. Without that, your healthcare, if you can even get it, is going up, increasing dramatically, your monthly payments. So the Democrats concerned about that, and they said we need to put those back in. Republicans said no. There were other issues. But the Democrats did make a stand on trying to increase spending by preserving Affordable Care Act credits, and it did not go. Republicans hold 53 seats. 60 Senate votes were needed to avoid shutdown, so obviously they didn't get there. A Republican bill to keep government open for just a matter of weeks. In other words, just maintain status quo, as things are. That failed Tuesday. That was the last ditch vote. 55-45 failed vote to let's just extend for a few weeks. Democrats weren't buying it. This was called continuing resolution, or a CR. And that's been done a few times where coming up against the deadline, if there's no light at the end of the tunnel, they just say, hey, let's keep government open for a few weeks until we can figure it out. Even that did not pass. Not the first time government is shut down, according to Wikipedia, which is never wrong. Government shut down for one day back in 1980 under Jimmy Carter. Government had 3 shutdowns under the Ronald Reagan era, briefly in 1981, 1984, 1986. Pretty long shutdown in the mid-90s under Bill Clinton. That was a 3-week shutdown where some agencies were affected. 2013, 16 days the government shut down. All agencies affected. And the cost to government, $2.1 billion. That was under Barack Obama in 2013. Remember that shutdown? 3-day shutdown in 2018 under Trump when he first got in. And then that 35-day shutdown in late 2018, extending into 19. That was under Donald Trump. Cost the government $5 billion. Have we learned anything from these shutdowns? Nope. Just cost a lot of money. And then the latest, the brand new shutdown, now 6.5 hours old by Mountain Time. Shutdown of 2025. Wow. Yeah, we've been there. So who's closed, who isn't? We can take a look at that for you just so you get an idea. I believe Social Security checks are in the mail, so that's not affected yet. Where did I put that? It was a good story from Politico that sort of outlined what's open, what's closed, what's still fuzzy area. Here it is. Travel plans, national parks. That's always first and foremost in many minds of Wyomingites. Your plan to travel to visit Yellowstone National Park, Grand Teton National Park, is that affected national parks to some degree, but they're still open. The Interior Department, which oversees NPS, National Park Service, they're keeping park roads open. Lookouts, trails, memorials, all open during the shutdown, but they're also furloughing 64% of their staff until things are cleared up. So that's going to mean things like less necessary items, still going to be law enforcement, fire suppression, emergency responses, power maintenance, basic visitors, important visitor services, but things like you may see, and we were warned of this before the season ever started, you may see things like the garbage cans piling up, overflowing, toilets being cleaned, regular maintenance, stuff like that. That was a worry going in when Doge cuts supposedly were affected staff, and staffing cuts were going to hit the Park Service. They never did materialize, did they? Yellowstone admitted, Cam Shawley said, we're kind of staffed up, Grand Teton as well. So that really didn't happen when Elon Musk started taking out the red pen and slashing. But it's happening now, I guess. All those Doge cuts that were to go are now, you're now going to start feeling them. 64% of National Park Service employees furloughed until the resolution of this shutdown. Student loans, yeah, you're still going to have to pay those. They're still ongoing. Nothing will stop student loans. Even with the government shutdown, the Education Department's contingency plan confirms that borrowers will still be required to make their payments. Sorry. The defense, more than 1 million people serving in the U.S. military will now be working without pay starting now. Taxes, the IRS, are they still working? Darn it, yes. They're keeping all of their employees on the job, at least for now. The shutdown plan released Monday said the IRS would be able to use special funding that Democrats enacted in 2022. Thanks a lot, Democrats. The IRS will continue to operate even during this shutdown for now, thanks to special funding. Healthcare, federal employees supporting Medicare, Medicaid, other mandatory health payments will keep working unabated, so that should be okay. About roughly 2/3 of the Center for Disease Control and Prevention staff are being furloughed. Those are the ones that RFK Jr. has not yet fired. If there's any left, any people working for the CDC that RFK Jr. hasn't fired, they're for 2/3 of them are off the job. FDA, yeah, 86% of the agency employees will continue to work, although some staff furloughs at the FDA. Department of Veterans Affairs not being hit like many other agencies. That's due to appropriations already awarded by Congress. So the VA will be able to continue to operate. And most other things are good for now. With some furloughs, but if it's an ongoing extended government shutdown, you could start noticing things getting weird. What about most people just want to know about the post office, right? Is the post office open? Let me ask not in this article. Well, that's like the number one question. Is the post office open? Well, we'll ask the Googler. We'll ask Siri, is the post office open today? Mail service, what to know? Government shutting down, what happens to the post office? Yeah, what happens? Not affected. Okay. Government shutdown will not affect the post office. It remains open. Government shutdown services deemed essential will continue. Others, functions of the post office deemed non-essential will be closed and cut. Well, judging by the post office's normal activity, almost everything they do is non-essential, right? And that's how they go about business for the most part. Oh, I can't resist the low-hanging fruit to take a shot at the post office. Except for everybody actually working there. I'm glad you're there. Thank you for manning the post office. But honestly, a government shutdown would have no noticeable effect on the post office, whether they remained open or closed. It would be difficult to tell whether the government shutdown did that or it was just a regular day at the PO. Let's take a break on the Cowboy State Daily Show, celebrating our 1-year anniversary. Happy birthday to us. We'll be right back.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
And the headline is the Wyoming flag bison? Is the Wyoming flag bison? Well, you know what I mean. The Wyoming state flag is the bison. Is he facing the wrong way? The creator's granddaughter says yes. Verna Keys designed the state flag, the buffalo, the bison, to be facing away from the pole. And I had to stop and think for a minute, like, this... What's the pole? Oh, yeah, the flag. This was our very first show, part of the discussion. It was a Tuesday, October 1st, when the Cowboy State Daily show launched. Let's see. And back then, I had all kinds of... I still have all kinds of technical problems, but screen sharing, I finally got it to work. So there is the... this is the designer. Yeah, we were looking at, among many things, a story from... I think that story was from Jackie Dorothy. We were looking about the original, the creator of the buffalo, of the bison, of the state emblem, the state bison. And it's, and which way it should be facing. It was the big, believe me, it was the big news of the day. Is the bison facing the wrong way on the buffalo flag? Because as originally designed by Verna Keys, she had it facing a different way. She had it facing to the right. When I say to the right, like looker's right. She had it facing east. And today, the bison, if you were to see the bison on a flag, it faces west, right? I still not sure if I got that right. Wyoming, just look at the Wyoming state flag. Yeah, the original, yeah, the bison faces to the west now, or to the left. But originally was facing east, it was facing into the pole. It was facing into the pole if you were to attach it to a pole, the flag. Now the pole would attach... well, maybe I got that backwards. How would you attach the pole? The bison faces to the left, faces into the pole. Yes, faces into the pole. Originally, Verna Keys had it facing away from the pole, so it looked like the bison could run away from the pole as it was up. The flag was up the pole. Now it looks like the bison's butting heads with the pole. Yeah. So did we get it backwards? At what point did the bison start facing the other way from the original design? Or was that even the original design? I remember we debated that like all morning. Never came up with an answer, obviously, because I still don't have the answer. But we was talking about that a year ago, among other things, in our 1-year anniversary. Let's see. Let's go to Wyoming tops the list on some of the most dangerous states to drive a big rig in. Number 1, in fact, A safety watchdog group says Wyoming leads the nation in trucking fatalities, but state industry leaders dispute this ranking. They cite a couple of things. Harsh weather. Well, that's a factor. You can't dispute the findings over harsh weather. You acknowledge that that's a factor. That's all you can do. But some of the dispute comes from the math, the per capita math that skews the stats. Because Wyoming has like no people, we're always going to lead. We're always going to top out on lists where it's per capita. Compared to how many people live here. And then you compare that to how many truckers die here in a crash. That's going to be skewed because not many people live here. Yet, many, many, many trucks pass through here. And they're here for a long time passing through, covering a lot of miles. I mean, Interstate 80 alone is, how many miles wide is that thing? 400 miles from Evanston to Pine Bluffs, anyway. So if you do it by miles traveled in Wyoming and ask, is Wyoming super dangerous for semi-tractor trailer drivers? It might be more middle of the pack. But when you do a per capita, yeah, we're going to be on top of the list. The Truck Safety Coalition, it's a Washington, D.C. based advocacy organization, released its annual list, 12 worst states for truck fatalities. This came out on Monday. And just like last year, Wyoming tops the list, 7 fatalities per 100,000 population. That sits atop of the list, followed by New Mexico, Mississippi, North Dakota, Oklahoma, Idaho, Nebraska, Arkansas, Kansas, Montana, South Dakota, Alabama. South Dakota, another big state to drive through. So is North. So both Dakotas are in there. Nebraska's in there. These are giant states that see more truckers than passenger cars, probably. So, yeah, their stats are going to be weirded out. They're also affected by weather, as is Montana. They're in the list, as is Idaho. They're in the list. So winter weather factors in as well. This story from Scott Schwebke. It's in the Cowboy State Daily. Wyoming topping the list of deadliest trucking states. Industry group says it's skewed. Yeah, it probably is skewed a little bit. 7 fatalities per 100,000 population. According to NHTSA, there were nearly 5,500 truck crash fatalities since 2009. 150,000 injuries during that span. And that's 69% increase over some other time span. Okay. Yeah, it's sometimes hard to just start spewing stats. Stats can be dressed up to explain any kind of story you want to tell, right? Mark Twain, lies, damn lies, and statistics. Kevin Hawley, president of the Wyoming Trucking Association, told Cowboy State Daily the coalition ranking does not accurately reflect the state's trucking environment because it relies on a per capita measure. I agree. I mean, you're looking at a rural state, said Kevin Hawley, like Wyoming, with one of the smallest populations, but some of the highest truck miles traveled per capita in the nation. Yeah. Like I said, there's nobody lives here. So you can't compare a truck crash fatality with how many people live in the state. It's got nothing to do with it. You got to compare it by miles driven through any given state. And then it would become that number would be more meaningful because you're driving a lot of miles in Wyoming. Doesn't matter how many people live here. So what? It's miles driven is how you got to compare this. Kevin Hawley's right, in my opinion. That how you got to do it. What else is going on? I wanted to make sure we get to because we are back to back with a lot of guests today. So let's hit these Cowboy State Daily news stories while we can. We'll ask Don Daylater if he has ever seen a Steve. Andrew Rossi is going to be on later in the show. We'll ask Andrew if he's ever seen a Steve. Steve was seen across Wyoming's dark skies around midnight last night, right when the government was shutting down. Maybe that's an indication. What kind of sign is that? The last time we got a celestial sign like this, the Savior was being born, and 3 wise men were headed with all the gifts they could find to Nazareth. The super hot streak of plasma was seen around midnight last night as government was shutting down. I'll throw that in there again. It manifests this unique phenomena, and it's rare and unique, manifests during intense auroras. Several Wyoming photographers got pretty good shots of it. Gorgeous. Oh, yeah. Gary Anderson has the lead photo in the story. It's pretty cool. Great shot. And Andrew Rossi did talk to a few people who saw it. Andrea Cook was watching an intense aurora from her home in Clark, Wyoming. In fact, she has an aurora tracking app, which is pretty neat. I didn't even know there was such a thing on her phone. And the app will alert her to when northern lights are particularly sparkling. And Andrea got a notification, so she went outside and she said, I don't want to put breath intake into your mouth, Andrea, but she stepped outside about 12:14 a.m. and saw a brilliant, bright streak of light overhead. She said it was like a searchlight coming out of the mountains, streaming overhead toward Powell. It was unholy bright, really bright, she said. Well, that's a coronal mass ejection, a CME, that reached Earth Monday night, strong enough to manifest as auroras or northern lights. And then what Cook saw was an extra special treat, according to Andrew Rossi. It was an aurora enthusiasts call a Steve. And the science behind it may bore you at this early hour, but it's pretty neat. They look like a light tornado. At least that's how Gary Anderson mentions it. Gary Anderson was getting some great shots. He was at the Goldeneye Reservoir near Casper when Steve appeared, and he started clicking away. He said it looked like a tornado twisting in the sky. He said, I wasn't paying any attention till Laura, that's Laura Redmond, pointed it out to me. And once she did, it stuck out like a sore thumb. And he got some great shots of the Steve. A Steve is a strong thermal emission velocity enhancement, just in case you're taking notes. That's the acronym. I'll go with Steve. Thank you. That's a lot easier to say and digest. But Steve is a backronym. Strong thermal emission velocity enhancement, a narrow ribbon of hot plasma that occurs during intense auroras and streaks through the sky before disappearing. Is it dangerous? That's my first question. Maybe I'm the nervous Nelly in the room. Maybe I've read too many books, seen too many movies about a coronal mass ejection that begins the end of the world. But I'm nervous when I see a Steve in the sky. That can't be good, especially when it coincides with a government shutdown. That sounds weird. So I'm a little worried about that. We'll get Andrew Rossi on later. We'll ask him if Steve has any implications further than just being really cool and photogenic. Let's take a break. Cowboy State Daily Show. Be right back in a moment.
Looking for a Saturday morning show that's not your typical news talk? Join your buddy Bags, John Baggett, for Cowboy State Radio, where things get a little wild, a little weird, and a whole lot of fun. From 6 to 10 a.m., Bags dives into everything from radio to rodeo, teachers to preachers, music to media, sports to the supernatural. You'll hear interviews with newsmakers, entertainers, experts, and maybe even a few oddballs. It's less politics, more personality, sometimes serious, sometimes silly, always interesting. Text, call, or email your thoughts live at 307-278-9598 or bags307@gmail.com. Catch the show live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X. And if you sleep in, no worries. You can listen anytime on the Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd?
He got a collapsed lung from vaping.
He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Yeah, here's a question to ponder. Bet you never thought of this. I bet law enforcement has probably thought of this. Cops have thought of this. What happens if you pull over a motorist for doing something wrong and there's nobody there driving? That's got to be a weird sensation. It takes all the fun out of being a cop, right? I mean, the best part about being the traffic cop is that slow walk up to the driver's side window. And then you don't see the driver's side window come down, so you might have to knock, like. And then the old, you have any idea why I pulled you over? Which is like the Joe Pickett line. CJ Box will tell you. Joe Pickett, the game warden, always opens an interview with, so I guess you know why I'm here. Because you never know what that could elicit. That's an old cop trick, that open-ended question. So I guess you know why I pulled you over. So I guess you know why I'm here. And 6 times out of 10, you'll blurt out something that the law enforcement officer had no idea. Oh, you're probably here about the dead bodies in the basement. Oh, yeah. So I guess you know why I pulled you over. Or do you have any idea why I pulled you over? Because they're looking for you to offer something maybe they didn't even see. Oh, it must be when I was doing 106, about 5 miles back. No, it was actually, we had you clocked at 77, a half mile back. But thanks for sharing that. Yeah, so I don't know. There's just a tip for you. Don't offer. Do you see some people who supposedly they have advice from lawyers, they lawyer up? Supposedly you don't have to even engage with an officer that pulls you over at all. I don't know how legal. We should get somebody on. How many times a day do I say we should get Piper, if you're listening, we got law enforcement friends. We'll get our friend Alex Bakken, or we'll get the other guy over there in Cheyenne. We got a lot of law enforcement friends. We'll get to some cop on and we'll ask him if that's true, whether you can refuse to engage with the officer who pulls you over. Have you seen the memes or the video or whatever where someone's pulled over and they don't pull down their window and they just put up a sign, a handwritten note, and they put it up on the thing saying, I do not have to show you my license. I exercise my right to not engage a communication with you. If you have a citation, stick it under the windshield wiper and be gone and be done with this, or something like that. Like, is that really legal? I mean, that's liable to get you yanked out of the car. I'll tell you right now. No matter what color your skin is, that's liable to get you yanked right out of your vehicle. Or are you allowed to do that? I don't know. I would never try it. But what happens, getting back to the subject, Los Angeles Times story from Suhana Hussein. What happens when the cops pull you over and there's nobody there? Like, do you have any idea it's a driverless car, which are becoming more and more prevalent, especially in California where this story happened. Can driverless cars get tickets? ? LA Times story. What happened when Bay Area police pulled over a Waymo? I don't know what a Waymo is. A Waymo is that the brand of car or is that the brand of taxis? A Waymo robo-taxi. Police in San Bruno, California, out patrolling for drunk drivers, observed a car driving erratically, then watched it perform an illegal U-turn. Oh, boy. Now we got one. Whoop! And they lit him up. And they pulled him over. How does a robo-car know to pull over? That's interesting. Does a driverless car... I mean, I don't even know how it drives. I can't fathom the driverless car. Nobody there. And the car's got, of course, computers. It's got cameras. It can see when to drive, where to drive, how to drive. But what happens in scenarios that maybe the driverless car has not been taught? What if the lights go on behind it? It's got a camera behind it. And the camera obviously could see that there's a police officer with his lights flashing. And probably the Waymo robo-taxi has been instructed. Its software says if rear camera number 4 observes flashing lights, red and blue, pull over at the nearest available safe opportunity. Probably. I mean, that seems easy enough. I guess that must have happened because the San Bruno Police Department said last weekend, Saturday, that they pulled over a Waymo robo taxi. The department said it was the first for both officers who walked up and knocked on the window or actually peered through the front window and saw an empty driver's seat. Because the car did not have a human driver, officers could not issue a ticket. Police instead contacted the company and let them know about the so-called glitch. The San Bruno Police Department also reported, hopefully the programming will keep it from making any more illegal moves. The incident highlights the gap in California law for hundreds of autonomous vehicles roaming the streets of Los Angeles and San Francisco. It's one of the reasons why Wyoming is trying to get ahead of AI driving, autonomous driving, driverless cars. You need to write a whole new set of laws. What happens when this car breaks the law? This car does a legal U-turn. If you and I did that, we'd get a ticket. Who gets a ticket when nobody's driving? The company that made the car? The company that put the car on the road? The taxi company that bought the car that uses the car to be a taxi? Or the manufacturer? It's interesting. It's a whole new set of laws you got to figure out. How do you deal with these driverless cars? Who gets a ticket when there weren't nobody driving? But there was a violation, a moving violation. Interesting question. LA Times story. How about we go back to the Cowboy State Dailies? Speaking of driving and getting tickets, 5 men fined over supercar drag race in Grand Teton. It was all a YouTube stunt, an event. It's all shenanigans. All 5 of these guys need to grow up and start, welcome to adulthood. 5 out of the 6 men, there was a total of 6 involved. 5 have received their sentence. 1 still has a case pending. The 1 is the instigator, likely. He's the YouTube star that bragged about the event, and these guys were doing like triple digits through Grand Teton National Park. One guy in particular is a YouTube star, at least that's how Claire McFarland describes him. Edmund Barsegan goes by the name on YouTube, goes by the handle Mondi. Mondi was driving his modified Porsche 993 GT2 through a canyon. He said in one video, he's driving it, and he says, "This is the only car that's ever frightened me." He says of his modified Porsche. You guys are about to experience what 600 wheel horsepower does. So he has a YouTube channel. It's basically him driving super fast through different places in the United States. One of those places was Grand Teton National Park, and park authorities didn't take kindly to the impromptu drag race through their park. It unfolded on June 24th. I don't see any of the speeds listed here in the story, but I remember from the story they were going like really, really fast. I'm surprised they even got pulled over. There is a photo of one of them pulled over. Edmund Barsegan is actually pulled over with his fancy car with a Teton County Sheriff's Office pickup truck pulled him over. Oh, Mondi, you couldn't outrun this pickup truck? Come on. I thought you were a YouTube star. I'm sharing the photo. The booking mugshot of Mondi, and he's being pulled over by a pickup truck. How embarrassing. I bet he doesn't put that on his YouTube channel. Way to go, Edmund. But his 5 friends all received their sentences. Emmanuel Elk Horry, fined $650, asked not to come back to the park anytime soon. Same for Drake Unkoski. In fact, they found some drugs in his rig. He was cited for drug possession, banned from the park for 2 years. Elia Chen, convicted of trespassing, fined $750, banned for the park for 2 years. Jared Pelizzer, Zane Goodwin, all of them received sentences for their stunt in Grand Teton National Park, trying to just speed their way through Grand Teton. Meanwhile, the ringleader of them all, Mondi, he still awaits his sentencing and has to live with the embarrassment by having his fancy, fast Porsche pulled over by a pickup truck. Oh, how embarrassing. Cowboy State Daily Show continues here in our first hour. Take a break. Top of the hour news coming up for our radio affiliates. We'll see you on the other side of that in a busy Wednesday, celebrating our 1 year anniversary on the air. Happy birthday to us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming's congressional delegation is blaming Senate Democrats for the federal government shutdown that took effect at midnight. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Barry reports from D.C. that one Wyoming senator has some harsh words for Democrats.
U.S. Senator John Barrasso calling it idiocy on the part of the Democrats not to cooperate with the Republicans. The Wyoming congressional delegation is essentially saying that the Democrats in the Senate, led by Chuck Schumer of New York, they're saying this is an act of retribution against the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, because in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, where huge spending cuts were made, the Democrats had no voice. They were shut out of the process. That was a strictly party line process in the Senate, whereas now, with the shutdown, the Democrats had leverage. The Republicans needed the Democrats' votes to avoid a shutdown, and the Democrats said, we're not doing it.
Back in Wyoming, Governor Mark Gordon and Secretary of State Chuck Gray issued statements supporting the federal lawmakers. As Wyoming's House Freedom Caucus continues to act as one of the most vocal proponents of property tax cuts on behalf of what it sees as a very weary tax base, Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that one Sheridan County official said on Tuesday that relatively few people are using these programs.
On one side, we've got the House Freedom Caucus and people that are fighting to cut out waste, fraud, and abuse from the government. But on the other side, we have these smaller local jurisdictions that are trying to hang on to their limited budgets as property tax revenue continues to decrease. Now, today, I was looking for solutions and I came across property tax relief services. These are actual services provided by county governments to provide relief to the people who need it the most, that find that they're struggling with paying these taxes. Now, what I found, however, is that not a lot of people are taking advantage of these programs, and that's because some of the way that they're structured requires interest payments to be made on these taxes that are deferred. And what I found is that that kind of represents a prohibitive cost to some people.
After rallying to pass a 25% cut earlier this year, the Freedom Caucus is now aiming for additional relief as high as 50%. I'll be back with more news right after this.
I'm Reed Reisner. Wyoming's not just where I live, it's who I am. I've worked hard to support local families, veterans, and small business owners, because when they succeed, our whole state gets stronger.
Reed Reisner, focused on Wyoming's economic growth and long-term prosperity.
I'm Reed Reisner, and I'm committed to Wyoming's future.
Learn more about Reed Reisner and OmniVest Financial at omnivestfinancial.com.
Securities and advisory services offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Wyoming has again earned the dubious distinction from a safety watchdog group as the nation's deadliest state for big rig crashes. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports that Truck Safety Coalition is blaming extreme and unpredictable weather, including high winds, sudden snowstorms, and low visibility, particularly along the Interstate 80 corridor, for the high propensity of the deadly crashes.
The Wyoming Trucking Association pointed out to me today, they think the study is flawed because it's based on per capita, which Wyoming has the smallest population in the U.S. and the most truck traffic. So you're going to have truck crashes, but there's other places that have far more than Wyoming. So they think the results are somewhat skewed, but they do admit there is a problem. This organization uses Wyoming as like a benchmark, but the Trucking Association believes that's kind of flawed math.
The Truck Safety Coalition, a Washington, D.C.-based advocacy organization, released its annual list of the 12 worst states for truck fatalities on Monday, based on the most recent data from the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration. With Wyoming sitting on top of the list, New Mexico, Mississippi, North Dakota, and Oklahoma round out the top 5. And Justin Luck was working on the Moss Ranch near Lovell on Monday when he spotted one of the many big sheep that frequent the foothills of the Bighorn Mountains. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi spoke with Luck and found that the Bighorns may have one of the coolest sheep populations in the state because of a very distinctive feature.
So bighorn sheep tend to grow symmetrical horns where the horns sprout out of their head and they curl inward around their eyes. But the thing that's interesting in Lovell is that there have been several bighorn sheep spotted that have asymmetrical horns. One grows faster than the others.
Several rams harvested from this herd have the same unique look rather than the more symmetrical appearance of the horns on most bighorn rams. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
My mom and dad were traditional Asian parents. Now my father would go to work before I woke up in the morning, and then he would come home too tired to play with me. I tell my son, I love you every single day.
I love you.
Now, my dad has never said that to me. Not because he doesn't love me, but because culturally it wasn't comfortable for him. So I teased him the other day and I said, how come you never say that to me? And he said, you're too old now. Now that he's a grandfather, he says, I love you to my son every time he sees him. My advice to all the fathers out there, forget the material things, forget the cultural restrictions. They grow up way too fast for you to waste even a single precious minute or moment.
Say bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's our 1-year anniversary. First launched on the air October 1st, 2024. Here we are. All that time later. Remember this discussion? The horse that... You ever had a pack horse?
Yes, I did.
They're going on a little walkabout. Rod Miller back in the day.
I can't figure out why anyone would take a 2-year-old in a pack saddle.
Yeah.
We never even we cut our horse colts at 2 years old.
Yeah.
And then turned them out for 6 months and then brought them back in, and that's when we halter broke them. And they would never really do any work until they were 3. And had their wits about them.
Yeah, that was Rod Miller, Miss Rod. Great columnist. And we were talking horses. I think that story was when a horse had gone missing. And he was a young horse. He had gone missing in Yellowstone, I think. Well, I can't even remember. That was a long time ago. I still had the same hat. Yeah, that was a little while ago. 1 year ago today, talking to Rod Miller about that story, whatever it was. I've long since forgotten that. We should do this day in history because we're not going to have time to do it later. And it includes some pretty cool things that happen on this day, October 1st. First and foremost, one of them being this day in history right now, 2025, government shutdown. Again. This day in 1800, who got the better of this deal? This day, 1800, Spain cedes Louisiana to France. In return, in exchange for Tuscany. That would turn out to be the steal of the century, right? I mean, because how long did France even have Louisiana. They would end up selling the whole Louisiana territory to the United States a couple years later, 1800. So it was, when did the Louisiana Purchase go? I don't know. Maybe you think Spain got swindled. Tuscany is sweet, right? Would you trade Louisiana, the state? I don't know if that time it was the whole territory. It might have been just Louisiana. Today I would trade Louisiana, the state, for just about anything. I'm not a huge fan of Louisiana. I mean, it's okay. I've been down there. It's fun. Mardi Gras and Jazz Fest or whatever they have down there. I mean, it's fun, but it's definitely decadent. And it's barely part of the United States. They don't even have counties down there. They got parishes. They still retain very much of their French influence. Just go into the bayou sometime and listen to some of them French Creole. Listen to them speak English. Then they need translation. If they did a TV show like Duck Hunters, what was that TV show they did? Duck Men, Duck Hunters, Duck Dynasty. If they did one from the bayou, if they did one from like some of the swamps where them Creole French are there, and they were speaking English, it would have to all be closed captioned. It would have to be all subtitled. You can't understand a word they're saying. But they are the kind of Americans you do want in the foxhole with you when it all goes down. They are can-do kind of people down there in Louisiana. But this day in history, 1800, Spain traded Louisiana to France for Tuscany. And I think they got the steal of the deal of the century, real estate-wise. Because France wouldn't have Louisiana for another year or two, and then they would go ahead and sell it to the United States. So basically, Tuscany sold for, how much money did we pay for the Louisiana Purchase? It happened in 1803. So France had it for 3 years. Less than 3 years. $15 million. Ooh, that's not bad. So basically, Tuscany got traded for $15 million. If you just skip to that, right? The Louisiana Purchase between the U.S. and France happened in 1803. 530 million acres for $15 million. There's a steal right there. France, oh, you should have held out for more. But France had taken control of the property only because they gave Spain Tuscany. Wow. 1886 this day. More real estate news. 242 town lots were sold in Douglas, Wyoming on this day, 1886. 1906 this day, Lander, Wyoming, becomes the end of the Cowboy line for the Chicago and Northwestern Railway. This day, October 1st, 1908, Henry Ford introduces the Model T automobile to the market. $825 the Model T cost you. It was the start of the revolution of the rural transportation had begun this day. It changed America, did it not? It changed the world. But it certainly changed the United States. Huge effect. When for the paltry sum, and I'm sure it was a lot of money back then, but still, Henry Ford, the way he manufactured, inventing the assembly line, and then the idea that it was within many Americans' reach, many U.S. people's reach, to buy a Model T beginning on this day, 1908. $825 a throw for the Model T. As long as you bought it in black. It comes in one color, black. But yeah, that started It wouldn't be long after that. Maybe tomorrow we'll have this day in history, 1908, when the first motel opens in the United States, because pretty soon we became a mobile society. This day, 1901, Casper businessman Louis Holscher was born. Happy birthday, Mr. Holscher, born in Dyersville, Iowa. If you're in the Casper area, you probably have heard of this guy. A lot of things are named for him, Louis T. Holscher. Holscher was from a large German-American family in Dyersville, over there in Iowa. His family immigrated from Westphalia in the 1840s. Holscher himself left home with his parents' permission at age 13 to travel to San Francisco. He worked for a while on the Cunard ship line as an office boy. Can you imagine age 13? Mom and Dad, I want to go to San Francisco. And you live in Iowa. Okay. Good luck. Here's a few bologna sandwiches Mom made for you. And here's, $5. Good luck with that. 13 years old. He worked for the Cunard ship line out of San Fran, the Bay Area, for a little while as an office boy. Made his way back west to Colorado, where he took a job with the Swift Meat Packing Company. He worked there for many years in Denver and then in Scottsbluff, rose up through the ranks in the managerial level. And by 1940, he found himself in Casper, where he purchased his own meatpacking plant in Casper, and he operated that together with a creamery until his death in the late 1940s. 1968, this day, Flaming Gorge National Recreation Area is established. October 1st, 1969, Fort D.A. Russell added to the National Register of Historic Places. The site is also known as Fort Francis E. Warren. 1993, this day, headquarters for the United States ICBM wings was relocated to the F.E. Warren Air Force Base. Mild tremor shook Laramie on this day in 2005. You may remember it. That was only 20 years ago to the day. A 3.7 earthquake about 70 miles outside of Laramie, Wyoming. This day, 2010, Black Hills Power suspended operations at its coal-fired power plant. 2010, Black Hills Power, or at least coal-fired plants, on the comeback. And then, of course, the federal government shutdown due to an impasse between Republican and Democratic parties. We see the day one of a government shutdown today. This day in history, 2025. It's October 1st, and it's our anniversary on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Time to Rodeo with Will Rasmussen and the Western Ag Network.
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. So good to have you along. Thanks for making us a part of your day today. The last day of the regular season of professional rodeo was yesterday. They're still counting up the money, making it official to see who goes to the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo and who doesn't. Dreams come true, hearts are broken. We'll talk about that more on the Road Show coming up.
For over 20 years, Winkle Portable Corrals have been building tough working pins for the rancher. Whether you need to set up a pin for branding, doctoring, or shipping, Winkle Portable Corrals are the most durable, dependable portable corral units on the market. Western Ranch Supply's selection of Winkle Portable Corrals includes frame gates, 7-bar corral panels, or complete corral systems with panel carriers and loading chutes. Western Ranch Supply, serving the big country with the quality and service you can trust.
Be part of something bigger. Join the American Sheep Industry Association today. Producers who join their state sheep association automatically gain ASI membership and access to national resources and representation. If your state doesn't have an association, no worries. You can still sign up individually at sheepusa.org and stay connected to the future of the industry. Your voice matters. Your membership counts. Again, learn more at sheepusa.org.
The last day of the regular season of professional rodeo, where the money is still being counted because the races are so close, like hundreds of dollars separating somebody's dream to come true, going to the National Finals Rodeo. That's everybody who has ever nodded their head in a rodeo arena's dream to make it to Las Vegas for 10 days to compete for all that money. But it's glitz and glamour, right? And a lot of people tug at your shirt sleeves when you're there in Vegas. But what a dream for somebody. But to miss it after all these days, 365 days, all the sleepless nights, all the driving all night long, the plane tickets overpriced because you don't know if you're going to go a week or two in advance. And that's how the life of a cowboy is. And they are glad to be home today. I can tell you that. They are glad to be home today. But a new version of professional rodeo starts October 1st. Today, the new season, the 2026 season. And of course, we're going to keep you up to date on everything that is rodeo and the stars and have some interviews as well. Right here on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Yeah, pretty exciting. The wrap of rodeo season. Will Rasmussen has all the scoop for you on the Cowboy State Daily Show on the Western Ag Network. Thanks, Will, for getting us updated on all things rodeo. We're going to get Western and we're going to rodeo with our weather guy, Don Day, the day weather forecast. First thing we got to ask Don is, Don, what's the deal with this aurora borealis thing called a Steve? Did you see that in Andrew Rossi's story?
Yeah, Steve is an aurora phenomenon that sometimes happened where instead of the horizon, kind of a horizontal aurora, you get these little shots that are more vertical. And I'm trying to remember exactly the acronym. So Steve is an acronym for this phenomenon, but they don't show up all the time. So when you see a Steve, it's kind of a unique situation because it's a different working aurora. They kind of look like fingers that will stretch out like a ribbon, but on their own, so to speak. So it's a different way to see the auroras, and Steve only comes out infrequently. You don't get to see Steve very often, and especially the lower latitudes, like what was captured here in northern Wyoming earlier this week.
Yeah, they're kind of they're like a Northern Lights tornado, or at least something that's going up. Strong thermal emission velocity enhancement. That's what.
That's a Steve. There you go.
That's a Steve. So nothing to worry about. I'm a little freaked out when I see Steve.
Don't see Steve, and it's not going to kill you.
All right.
It's okay. These have happened before, and they'll happen again.
I'm a little freaked out about your satellite photo that I saw on your website when you were doing the weather, and I've seen it at other places too. I mean, it looks like a very well-formed, perfectly formed hurricane thing in the Pacific. What is that?
It's just a deep slow. We call this, it's a well-formed. The reason it looks so spectacular is when they form over the water like this, there's really nothing to interrupt the wind flow, and you get this perfectly shaped cyclone, low pressure system. Now, when you see it like that, it's reaching its peak intensity. But you'll see this in the cold season. As we get in the fall and winter, you'll get these storms forming in the Pacific, coming into Western Canada, coming into the Pacific Northwest. They look very impressive. It's the most impressive low we've seen come into the West Coast and the Pacific Northwest here for a while. And that's why the weather's going to change this weekend. And as we have been discussing, hunters in the northern mountains of the state need to be ready for winter weather. It's looking more and more likely that several inches of snow will hit the high bighorns, the Beartooths, the Absarokas, the Wind Rivers, the Wyoming Range. We could see snow all the way down south into the Uintas, maybe some snow in the southern mountains of the state as well, but certainly the north. This will be a pretty good shot of winter weather up there. And Gardeners, Sunday night and Monday nights will be dancing close to that 32-degree mark.
There you go. Yeah, good warning, good heads up. I got another wedding, outdoor wedding on Saturday in Moran.
I think as part of your consulting gig with these weddings is give them a calendar.
I better give them a North Face parka.
Well, we all know it early October, like the next 3 days, it can be great, and you still have the fall colors. It makes for a beautiful scene, but boy, you're really rolling the dice.
Yeah. It gets real dicey. Did you do your homework on, and I'll give you a hint on what a zephyr is. You almost always put the word gentle in front of it. Oh, a gentle zephyr came through.
I did not do my homework. I'm sorry.
It's some kind of summer wind, summer breeze, I guess. In Wyoming, we don't even name our breezes. That's like every day.
Well, hey, the Weather Channel names every storm. We could name the wind. Why not?
We would run out of names really fast if we have to name every kind of wind Wyoming has. What do you call the ones that blow trucks clean over on I-80?
Chuck.
Yeah.
Chuck. Here comes Chuck.
Chuck wind, man.
Chuck wind.
All right, Don. Stay warm.
Bye.
All right. Day weather forecast. Hey, it's going to get chilly this weekend. Here it's Wednesday. Still pretty nice day across the state. We'll be in 70s in some places, 60s in others, and just a little rain in the front end of the day for some of us. But pretty nice day. But yeah, you saw that cyclone-looking thing that Don Day had cooked up. Here, I'm going to show that. Check out, if you go look at Don Day's website, if you go to Cowboy State Daily and look at our daily features.
Welcome.
Where is that? Oh, I guess he doesn't have the video. It's just a photo of... Oh, there it is. Yeah, that thing. That looks troublesome.
As it moves inland. But even though it's reaching its peak intensity, what's left of it coming on through is going to produce plenty of weather.
Yeah, plenty of cold. This weekend, look for precipitation, look for temperatures to drop. I was seeing things like daytime highs in the 40s this weekend in some of your upper elevations. Certainly snow. And if you're out there hunting, chasing the wapiti and doing stuff like that, boy, you want to take care and take layers. And if you're getting married on Saturday, pack a parka and your pack boots. Looking like that kind of weekend. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after this break.
The Seroptimists of Cody are inviting you to join them for their 17th annual Run for Hope, Saturday, October 4th. This 5K, 10K chip timed walk and run starts at the Rec Center at 9:30 a.m. with a kids race at 9. Proceeds support the Laney Cole Memorial Women's Cancer Fund. You can register for $35 in advance, $40 the day of the race. Discounted kids and student rates are available. You can register at Sunlight Sports in downtown Cody or online at runsignup.com. See you Saturday, October 4th for the Cody Seroptimist Run for Hope.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Hey, one of our Cowboy State Daily show fans, Tom, says we were talking about the flag, the state flag with the bison, and which way it faces on the flag. Because we've been talking about that for a year. That was the subject of conversation October 1st, 2024, when this show launched for the very first time. And if you think I don't know what I'm doing today, you should have seen us a year ago. I had no idea what I was doing, right? What was I getting into? And yeah, we played a clip of that show where we were discussing the story of the day, whether the bison is facing the right way or the wrong way. Because originally, there was a woman who perhaps designed the very first bison, although I think that's contentious whether she really did design it. But either way, there was an old flag example of the bison facing the other way, facing what would be east. And then today's bison, if you look at the flag, faces what would be west, if you look at it, or to the left, and faces into the flagpole. Tom points out, and he's correct, bison instinctively walk into storms as opposed to retreating, which is, if you look at a bison, makes perfect sense. Every other hooved animal, every ungulate puts its butt to the wind. You'll find that out pretty quick if you're riding a horse in a storm. They want to turn around and put their butt in the wind. Usually because who wants the wind in your face, in your eyes, in your nose, who wants that to be the front end of the cold? Most animals would rather have their butt dealing with the wind, the brunt of the storm, especially when they're built the way they're built. Horses, domestic cows, they all got big butts and hairy butts, furry butts. But the bison, look at a bison. The biggest, hairiest part of that thing is front end loaded. Its whole front end, its face, that's where all its protection is. You look at the back end of the bison, it's almost like when God was designing it, he ran out of material. He's like, whoever was designing the buffalo said, look at this thing, man. It's got a massive face. It's got a lion's mane. It's got horns. Then I'm going to give it this huge front shoulders. And then you looked around the factory and you ran out of material. The whole thing tapers off worse than a German Shepherd. The whole back end just kind of shrinks down to nothing. There's like no hair back there. No meat, no muscle. the whole design of the bison just really fades off the table as you get to the back end. So, of course, that animal wants to face into the storm. That's where all its protection is. Yes, Tom, you're right. I don't know if that was the thinking to make the bison face into the flagpole. And so then when you saw the flag unfurled in a Wyoming wind, which is ever prevalent, whether you think that's a gentle zephyr or a flat out gale, whatever you call the Wyoming wind, it's always there. You never see a flag just laying limp. And that would have the bison facing into the wind, into the flagpole. Is that why the bison faces left or west? I don't know if that is why, but Tom does point that out. Bison would instinctively walk into storms, into the wind. Therefore, the bison on the flag facing left shows him walking into the wind. Yeah, it would be perfectly accurate every time you saw a state flag. You'd be like, yep, that's what bison do, those dummies. Walk right into the wind. Or is it more so? Usually when something is facing left or right, it has to be deep. It often has something to do with something way deeper. Like, are you facing east? Do you face the rising sun? Do you seek to greet the day? Are you looking ahead? Or are you facing west? Do you face the setting sun? It has symbolic meaning that way, but I don't know how much that was thought out in the design of the flag. John points out post office remains open today. We were trying to decide in a government shutdown whether the post office is open or closed, or more importantly, whether anyone could tell. Just walk up to the counter at the post office today. Hello? Anyone back there? I mean, the doors are always open. It's just, is anyone working here? And that question, whether it's a government shutdown or a regular Wednesday, is sometimes hard to answer. Hello? Anyone? And there's really, let's face it, nowadays, there's almost no reason to go to the post office unless you live in Jackson. And I cannot emphasize this enough, but we are one of the few communities left in the United States that does not get mail delivered to our home. For the most part, 95% of us, we do not have a mailbox at our house, and we don't have mail delivery. Us, Jackson, and there's a resort town in California that's often cited as the other noteworthy town that gets no home mail delivery. So for us, we do need to go to the post office. The only way you can get your mail, if you want your mail. But for the great majority of Americans, does anyone go to the post office anymore at all? You can get stamps. Do you even need stamps, really? Who sends stuff in regular mail, snail mail? Who's still going to the post office? In Jackson, we do. We have to. But anywhere else, yeah, post office is open today, as John points out, even in the government shutdown. Rob says, I need to send you a Chris Ledoux ball cap. Rob wants me to give my address so he can get me that Chris Ledoux ball cap. All right, Rob, I will finally acquiesce. Saratoga has no home mail delivery. Is that right? Just blame Joey says. Saratoga, Wyoming. So us and Saratoga. Yeah, you'll never see, there's no mailmen. The dogs, your average front yard, junkyard dog in Jackson and Saratoga are bored to death. There's no mailmen to harass. What do you do when you can't bite the mailman? Yeah, and sometimes it's blamed on weather. Towns with really nasty weather, I don't know if that's the reason. It goes back a long way. It's been voted on a few times in the Jackson area, whether you want mail delivery or not. Saratoga and Jackson, no mail delivered. So, yeah, we go to the post office. We do need to go there every once in a while. Rob, the Chris Ledoux, I'm all about Chris Ledoux and a Chris Ledoux ball cap. But here's my requirement with hats. I have to have a tall trucker hat. I don't want one of those flat tennis hats. It's got to be a tall trucker hat. So if you got a tall trucker Chris Ledoux hat, we might be in business. Wyoming legislators criticized for a visit to Israel. They say the trip was eye-opening and well worth it. No taxpayer money was spent on this. 6 Republican state lawmakers were criticized by some for their visit to Israel, where they toured the ruins of the Hamas attack. They spoke with officials. Those who went say they found many themes relevant to Wyoming. Is there a reason for a state lawmaker to visit a foreign country? Is there any takeaway from that? And by the way, those who went were Senator Dan Larson, Representative Daniel Singh, Senator Stephen Pappas, Representative Jeremy Haroldson, Senator Sherry Steinmetz, and Senator Tim Salazar. Those 6 state lawmakers recently visited Israel. Worthwhile trip, certainly. That's some biblical holy land. Really cool. Now, there are political implications that are just third rail of politics when it comes to Israel and Palestine. Oh, my goodness. Certainly. So if you visit Israel and you don't visit Palestine, if you even acknowledge Palestine is a place, a country, I mean, it gets really messy. And what tie-ins, what takeaway, what possible reason could you have to be a Wyoming state legislator and visit Israel? Like, what do you take away from that? What are you ever going to do interacting with Israel as a state lawmaker? I'm not sure, but it's certainly a worthwhile visit. Now, what these representatives did, these 6, they took advantage of a diplomatic mission titled 50 States, One Israel. It was an effort, a reach out by Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They provided all the money. They bought the round-trip airfare. Israel Ministry of Foreign Affairs provided in-country transportation, meals, programming. No taxpayer money, according to the state's Legislative Service Office, the LSO, confirmed that no Wyoming taxpayer money was used for the trip in any way. So, therefore, the conversation's over and the controversy is over. If we didn't pay for it as taxpayers, what do we care that 6 lawmakers went to Israel? Good for you. Have fun. Good for you. They said they learned about the country's government, learned how to continue a healthy partnership between the 2 nations. All right. If we didn't foot the bill as taxpayers, I don't know why anybody would have any heartburn over state lawmakers going to Israel. Is there a reason? Does it make you a better lawmaker? Might be a stretch to find a reason, any kind of correlation, anything like that. But hey, if Israel wants to send you over there on their dime, who got a problem with that? I don't know. Apparently somebody does. The story's in the Cowboy State Daily, written by Steve Bonnell. Bighorn sheep got some weird headgear going on. Bighorn sheep with a rare, weird horn mutations keep showing up near Lovell. What's in the water near Lovell? We'll take a look at that when we come back. Andrew Rossi wrote that story, and he should be here, according to my calendar, right after these words. Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
Can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Rossi, my man. Andrew Rossi is into the show, Cowboy State Daily show. Andrew, I'm worried about Steve. What is it portend? What is it possibly? It happened. Steve coincided kind of with the government shutdown. The government shuts down. Next thing you know, we got this northern light tornado thing happening.
Well, that's a bit of a stretch, but I suppose you can make the connection.
All right.
Yeah, Steve is, it's nothing to be worried about, although I will say that it's something that scientists don't fully understand. We've probably been seeing Steves for hundreds, if not thousands of years, but scientists have really only started to study and understand it within the last few decades or so. But what it is from what we know, it's just a super hot streak of plasma that's streaking through the sky. It's not necessarily the same phenomenon as the aurora and the northern lights, but it only occurs during auroras. So there's some kind of connection there. But whereas auroras are the result of the sun's energy interacting with the atmosphere and creating all these dazzling colors, a Steve is something that's distinctly different because it's actually much hotter than the energy that's creating the auroras, and it appears and disappears rather quickly, and it's doing its own thing.
Andrew, you're not making me feel any better by telling me it's hot plasma and scientists don't know what to make of it. That does not set my heart at ease.
Well, it doesn't mean they're not trying. It's just it's a relatively new thing that they're trying to get to, and they're hard to spot. I mean, auroras are rare enough as it is, but so far as we know, we only get Steves during auroras. So you not only have to have an aurora, you have to have this phenomenon when you get one of these streaks of hot plasma that's going through the air.
Any correlation between the Steve showing up and these poor bighorn sheep with the mutated horns in Lovell? Is what causes that?
Now there might be something to that. And I have to point out how happy our editor Jimmy Orr probably was that he could get mutant in a headline. But yeah, these sheep probably have a genetic mutation that causes these horns, because the bighorn rams can have their horns altered in a variety of ways, but it's usually through genetic mutation in an individual, or it's the result of some injury that just causes them to grow differently. But the fact that the same genetic mutation seems to pop up in this population at the foot of the bighorns near Lovell is interesting at the very least, because you've got the one half that's kind of small and doesn't grow out quite as curved. And you have the other horn that's massive and it just continues to curve around. And so I spoke with some folks at the National Bighorn Sheep Center in Du Bois, and they said that it looks like the one horn is just growing faster at a faster rate than the other horn is. And the best way to interpret that is genetic mutation.
That's a cool place, that Du Bois. They know a lot about bighorn sheep in Du Bois, and that center, that visitor center, is really great. All right, okay. Let's stay on the wildlife topic. How does a gigantic buffalo sneak up on you? I guess if you're all staring through your viewfinders watching a grizzly eat something, maybe you don't notice a bison's coming.
Well, I think we can all relate to this, Jake. I mean, you've been to Yellowstone and Grand Teton. You've probably stood on those embankments and overlooks where you look down. You think that's way too steep to climb up, let alone for a bison to climb up. And that's what everybody who was at the overlook watching that grizzly that hauled the elk out of the mud, that was noshing on the carcass, they thought that, maybe not actively, but they didn't think that a bison was going to traipse its way up that hillside. But that's exactly what it did. It just decided that was the path it was going to go on, and it walked straight up. And everybody had to scatter because, as we know, bison, they don't alter their path for anything. If they're going in a particular direction, they're going to continue going in that direction.
Yeah, they forge ahead. I was going to ask you if that was the same bison, or that was the same grizzly that pulled that elk out of the mud. It was, huh? He's still feeding.
Don't know if it was the same grizzly, but it was the same elk.
Okay.
It was the same spot where that elk had been pulled out. It may have been the same grizzly, because from what I heard, the grizzly that pulled that elk out of the mud hole was on the carcass for several days, which after you put in all that effort, you might as well stick around to make the most of what you've done.
Oh, yeah.
So it might have been, probably was, but can't confirm one way or the other.
I have a oddball question to ask you just because I saw it last night. Are you watching Wednesday 2, the series Wednesday Addams?
No, I haven't gotten into I did watch Wednesday 1, so it's kind of hard to pick up at Wednesday 2.
Okay, short discussion. Over.
I wasn't in the Addams Family musical a couple Halloweens ago, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Let's talk about that maybe the oldest public building, Yellowstone. Since Yellowstone is the first national park, ipso fatso, as Ralph Cramden says, this is the oldest public building in a national park. It's not much to it.
Not much to it, and there never was much to it. It's kind of that interesting disparity that it is the oldest building that was ever built for public use in a national park, but it was never open to the public because it was never finished. It was started in 1881 under the direction of Norris, who was the second superintendent of Yellowstone, and he wanted to have a bathhouse that the public could use. So it was built with that intention, but then he was ousted, and then his successor didn't really care about that sort of thing. So it was never finished, but it's just withstood the test of time. Nobody's actually taken the effort to dismantle it in the last 144 years, probably because it's just out of sight, out of mind. It's 2 miles from the nearest developed road. You have to hike out to get it. So they've just left it there. And now it's probably going to become a permanent fixture on the landscape because the lower half of the building is becoming silicified by the mineral water that flows from the Queens Laundry Spring. So even if the National Park Service decided to remove it today, there'd probably still be a portion of it that would be stuck there.
Yeah, it would be just let that thing disintegrate into the ground at this point. But yeah, that was cool to learn. Something that nobody ever sees, I bet. Not many people see.
Yep. Well, I mean, it's kind of a relic of the early days of Yellowstone. It's just kind of anarchy of people going wherever and doing whatever. And then once they established the road system, this was so far removed from it that it's just not a developed or visited place in the park. And as we know, as I'm sure you know and I know, if you just go 5 minutes off the beaten path, you're nowhere. There's nobody around. People congregate around the busiest touristy areas of the park, and you don't find many people once you stray off the path a bit.
So with your background, your experience with the whole dinosaur digs and prehistoric soils, you can tell us what how time is measured through layers. And when we look down, if you look at a mountainside, a cliffside, or if you do digging, the layers of soil as you move down, that marks time for you. And finding things in those layers puts them at a certain time. So when James Sanderson found what looks like a human foot, it was in a layer of time where it shouldn't be there. It shouldn't belong.
Yep, that's by every assessment what happened. So the foot bones were embedded, or I don't even know if I want to go that far. They were found in a layer of what's called a paleosol, which is not rock, but it's soil from millions of years ago that's actually preserved between the layers of rock. And those can actually be really useful for dating geologic layers because a lot of paleosol layers contain volcanic ash that has some minerals you need to identify age and that sort of thing, which most sedimentary rocks aren't good for. But anyway, so what we think happened, just going by the colleagues that I reached out to and people who assessed it, is that this was a foot of a fox or a coyote that had died higher up on the hillside, and then as its body decayed, the bones scattered, and this foot fell into this layer of paleosol, and so it looks like it belongs there. But when you look at the consistency of the soil, it's loose, so it's not rock. And you can, throw anything in dirt to make it look like it's, part of that dirt, especially if you harden it and it looks harder. But in this case, it's a recent foot that just happened to end up in a layer of loose soil that was between 50 and 55 million years old.
Yeah, so things likely shifted around. Also, it was not a human foot, and 50 million years, I think you explained in your story, puts you dinosaur age, right?
It's right after the dinosaurs.
Okay.
So Wyoming is good for preserving the day after fauna after the mass extinction event that wiped out the dinosaurs 66 million years ago is our approximate date for that one. So that's where we find fish and salamanders and the earliest mammals. And that's what caught my attention about the story, is that I'm not the best anatomist by any stretch of the imagination, but looking at that foot, it does look maybe not necessarily human, but it does look vaguely primate. And I spoke with a scientist at the Duke Lemur Center who's been looking for the earliest primates in the world, or in the fossil record at least, in the Bridger Basin area, which is not far from where this foot turned up. So I was thinking it could possibly be a primate foot, which would have been a important discovery, because the earliest primates that we know of have come from Wyoming, which is really cool.
Yeah, but the bones look too good. I mean, if they're truly of the age of where you find them in the sediment, 50 million years, these bones look newer than that. I don't know.
Now they're way too pristine. If you look closely, you can actually still see the connective tissue that's keeping those pieces together. And that was a telltale sign that it was recent.
Interesting story. Andrew Rossi, always with the super interesting stories. No denying James Sanderson found something pretty cool in the prehistoric soil, but does it belong there? I don't know. All right,
and my
Andrew.
takeaway is he reported it in the right way, and that's what you should do. If you find something interesting, let the right people know so they can get out there because it could be something significant.
Yeah, don't go in there and chip it out and then bring it home. And you got to leave everything where it's at. So
that's just selfish.
Yeah. Andrew, excellent. Have a fantastic Wednesday.
You too, Jake.
All right, buddy. Andrew Rossi, Cowboy State Daily, and he's got several interesting stories over the last few days. Weird horns and the bighorn sheep in the Lovell area. What causes that? Star Valley man with his find about bones in prehistoric soil more than 50 million years old. That doesn't jive. Steve shows up every once in a while, kind of at the same time Aurora Borealis does, but scientists aren't sure why or even what Steve is. Hot plasma tornadoes is what they look like. We got some cool photos of them. And Andrew's Rossi's story about the oldest public building in the oldest national park, Yellowstone. Good stuff. Cowboy State Daily show continues after our top of the hour news break. We'll see you on the other side. Stay with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming's congressional delegation is blaming Senate Democrats for the federal government shutdown that took effect at midnight. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Barry reports from D.C. that one Wyoming senator has some harsh words for Democrats.
U.S. Senator John Barrasso calling it idiocy on the part of the Democrats not to cooperate with the Republicans. The Wyoming congressional delegation is essentially saying that the Democrats in the Senate, led by Chuck Schumer of New York, they're saying this is an act of retribution against the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, because in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, where huge spending cuts were made, the Democrats had no voice. They were shut out of the process. That was a strictly party line process in the Senate, whereas now, with the shutdown, the Democrats had leverage. The Republicans needed the Democrats' votes to avoid a shutdown, and the Democrats said, we're not doing it.
Back in Wyoming, Governor Mark Gordon and Secretary of State Chuck Ray issued statements supporting the federal lawmakers. As Wyoming's House Freedom Caucus continues to act as one of the most vocal proponents of property tax cuts on behalf of what it sees as a very weary tax base, Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that one Sheridan County official said on Tuesday that relatively few people are using these programs.
On one side, we've got the House Freedom Caucus and people that are fighting to cut out waste, fraud, and abuse from the government. But on the other side, we have these smaller local jurisdictions that are trying to hang on to their limited budgets as property tax revenue continues to decrease. Now, today, I was looking for solutions and I came across property tax relief services. These are actual services provided by county governments to provide relief to the people who need it the most that find that they're struggling with paying these taxes. Now, what I found, however, is that not a lot of people are taking advantage of these programs. And that's because some of the way that they're structured requires interest payments to be made on these taxes that are deferred. And what I found is that that kind of represents a prohibitive cost to some people.
After rallying to pass a 25% cut earlier this year, the Freedom Caucus is now aiming for additional relief as high as 50%. I'll be back with more news right after this.
I'm Reed Reisner. Wyoming's not just where I live, it's who I am. I've worked hard to support local families, veterans, and small business owners because when they succeed, our whole state gets stronger.
Reed Reisner, focused on Wyoming's economic growth and long-term prosperity.
I'm Reed Reisner, and I'm committed to Wyoming's future.
Learn more about Reed Reisner and OmniVest Financial at omnivestfinancial.com.
Securities and advisory services offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Wyoming has again earned the dubious distinction from a safety watchdog group as the nation's deadliest state for big rig crashes. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports that Truck Safety Coalition is blaming extreme and unpredictable weather, including high winds, sudden snowstorms, and low visibility, particularly along the Interstate 80 corridor, for the high propensity of the deadly crashes.
The Wyoming Trucking Association pointed out to me today, they think the study is flawed because it's based on per capita, which Wyoming has the smallest population in the U.S. and the most truck traffic. So you're going to have truck crashes, but there's other places that have far more than Wyoming. So they think the results are somewhat skewed, but they do admit there is a problem. This organization uses Wyoming as like a benchmark, but the Trucking Association believes that's kind of flawed math.
The Truck Safety Coalition, a Washington, D.C.-based advocacy organization, released its annual list of the 12 worst states for truck fatalities on Monday, based on the most recent data from the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration. With Wyoming sitting on top of the list, New Mexico, Mississippi, North Dakota, and Oklahoma round out the top 5. And Justin Lucht was working on the Moss Ranch near Lovell on Monday when he spotted one of the many big sheep that frequent the foothills of the Bighorn Mountains. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi spoke with Lucht and found that the Bighorns may have one of the coolest sheep populations in the state because of a very distinctive feature.
So bighorn sheep tend to grow symmetrical horns where the horns sprout out of their head and they curl inward around their eyes. But the thing that's interesting in Lovell is that there have been several bighorn sheep spotted that have asymmetrical horns. One grows faster than the others.
Several rams harvested from this herd have the same unique look rather than the more symmetrical appearance of the horns on most bighorn rams. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella.
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skylar, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Cowboy State Daily Show here on our 1-year anniversary. Happy birthday to us. Claire McFarland's here. Claire, wherever you buried that flannel shirt, you got to put your running sandals.
What?
Let me share those with everybody so we can all be equally put off our breakfast. What are... Claire. You ran the Red Desert in these things?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm impressed.
Well, thank you.
Shouldn't you have... Now, you did learn... I love this article, by the way. Check out Claire McFarland's latest opinion, her column about running the Red Desert. Like a pretty serious challenge. You're a runner, but you had never... Had you ever run anything more than like a half marathon? What's the most you...
Yeah. Well, in the weeks leading up to the the 30K,
yeah,
I had put on some 15 milers.
Woo.
But I mean, yeah, my longest race distance was a half marathon.
Yeah, over, somewhat level ground and predictable footing and
I mean, the Lander half is not level ground.
Oh, okay.
But it's not a trail race either. You were correct. That the red, I did not. There were things I did not, even for as well written as the description of the course was, there were things that I did not.
Like uphill, downhill, rocks, water. Did you have to cross like water? Like
we crossed a stream. We crashed through some bushes. Like there were green flags, like telling me break through these two entangled bushes. Like, okay, you say so. And there was this, I think the hardest part in the sandals, though, honestly, differed from everyone else's hardest part. And now there's this road, because very small portion of it was actually on road. And it wasn't quite a gravel road. It had these thicker slab, sort of flat rocks.
Yeah.
In place of gravel, like really thick. And the sandals, my foot distended more than the average person, and a stretched muscle requires more strength to activate while in stretched position. Like you got to be super strong and supple, and so that did try my feet. But I think it's a good thing that they had that experience. So,
your anatomy class aside, these sandals, we've got to get back to the footwear. Claire, how do you not, like, the most important thing about runners is where the rubber meets the road, their footwear. You got to have comfortable kicks, some support, how do you not like blister in those things? I can't believe you ran that far in those sandals.
The whole notion that we require support is, in my opinion, an urban legend that Nike and others manufactured in the 50s so that they could addict you to their shape of footwear and sell more of that shape of footwear. I believe that the foot is a beautiful creation. I mean, the arch is a beautiful creation of architecture. So why wouldn't the foot of intersecting arches be this masterpiece that is complete all on its own? And I really resent the commercialism that has ruined so many feet.
My goodness. Okay. Okay. I just can't believe you did that run. That is brava. That is something. Let's go to these super hot rodders in Grand Teton. These guys who are I don't know if they're going to come around to adulting anytime soon, but 5 of the 6 have been fined. These guys were doing like triple digits in their supercars, drag racing in Grand Teton. They finally got 5 of them got fined. They got de-invited to come back to a national park for a little while, and except for kind of like the ringleader, the one dude who makes a YouTube channel out of this whole thing. Are we going to go hard on him? Why are we waiting on the one guy? And what happened to the other 5?
I don't know what those negotiations are or what's going on. He's got a status conference. So like you'll see in his file, like status conference, and the minutes sheet, the result of it is we scheduled another status conference. And then it'll happen again. And so now, so they have these, and I haven't been able to attend those. I don't know what they're talking about at those, if they're negotiating a plea, if they're negotiating something. But so I wish I knew how the sausage is made there, but I don't. I don't know if he was the ringleader in this event, but yes, very prominent, very engaging YouTube influencer, if I'm being honest. And I feel bad. Like, okay, I get the outrage, but I also feel bad, like, as a runner, I just got to do something trying and extreme in a beautiful environment, and that's what these guys want to do with their cars, and it's not always appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, there are places like the Salt Flats, like go out there, or I don't know, but yeah, Grand Teton, they were doing some pretty good speed, these guys, and yeah. I don't know how we ever even pulled over Mondi. I mean, this dude he's capable of putting that car at pretty fast speeds. And there's the photograph of the pickup truck from Teton County SO that's got him pulled over. He must have been compliant. There's no way. He could have saw that in the rearview mirror and said, nah, no, not today. What's going on with this Weston County clerk? She was asked to appear before a committee, and she's a no-show. This is the Weston County clerk that's been under accusations from especially Secretary of State Chuck Gray on the ballot snafu. Did she send 2 people instead of her, or she just did not show? Becky Hadluck.
Oh, boy. So this meeting, she was subpoenaed, which is kind of a rare thing. I think there was a subpoena issued back for Cindy Hill. There was an attempt to subpoena former Attorney General Bridget Hill, I think. I think that flopped, though. She, Hill ran a pretty quiet office as far as the press goes. And, that was what it was. But the subpoena, so Clerk Hadlock sent a letter to Chairman Knapp, who runs the umbrella committee over the subcommittee that was supposed to be hearing from Hadlock. And it said that I have this conflict, and these people are confirming that I have this conflict, and I'm sending 2 perfectly capable people in my place. It was essentially what the letter said. And those 2 hand counters, if I recall, members of the hand count committee, they did go and they were happy to testify, but they were both like, it wasn't our understanding that we were substitutes for her. We're just happy to speak to this issue. They were both kind of like, I don't know about being in the hot seat.
Right.
And so I asked Chairman Knapp, I'm sitting in this meeting like firing off text messages and emails to all the people that I got to confront about what's going on in front of me. So I'm like texting Chairman Knapp, I'm texting the Weston County Sheriff, like, did you get called? What's going on over there? So I text Chairman Knapp, and he said she did not explain or describe the conflict at any point. And so I don't know where people, and I'm not going to take a side, but I don't know where people want to fall on that. If people want to say, well, the subpoena is an extreme remedy, and could y'all have worked with her better? Or if people want to say, oh, Clerk Hadlock, describe your conflict better. I don't know where that line is, but that's how it happened.
So now what? I mean, it's up to who to decide whether, if you no-show on a subpoena, you can get in trouble. Who decides that? AG?
So the way Chairman Knapp put it to me was the committee can decide whether they want to give her another chance.
Yeah.
Or they want to contact a prosecutor. The statute to me looks ambiguous, right? Where it starts talking about prosecution. It says the person in charge is going to notify the relevant prosecutor. And that statute does not say whether the relevant prosecutor is in Weston County where she was subpoenaed or in Natrona County where the meeting was held. But a later statute that talks about a further remedy where the committee chair can actually appeal to a court to hold her in contempt if she doesn't show. That one specifically describes this court is where the proceedings are held. So in that case, it would be in Natrona County District Court. So like if I'm an attorney or a judge, I'm thinking I want everything to be in the same place. So maybe the Natrona County DA, but it doesn't say that. So LSO at midday, I snuck over to the table where the LSO guys were like, and I was like, what do we do? What are you guys doing? And they're like, we're still working on that. So yeah.
All right. Let's check out Ronald McCullen, 76-year-old. This is a question of how much stuff of yours can the government seize when you're caught doing stuff like drugs? This Rawlins-based judge initially... Well, I don't know which judge decided, but Ronald was pleaded guilty last February. He was caught with drugs, and he was caught with money. And the money, can they seize your car? They take any money. They say it's drug money. Ronald said that wasn't drug money. I cashed out my 401k. What's going on now? A judge, what was the latest decision?
Yeah,
that
civil
maybe
asset forfeiture is such a fun legal topic, but charged and convicted for misdemeanor drug possession, right?
Okay.
So the everyone's on board in the criminal realm with this idea, like he possessed small amounts of drugs. Okay, small amounts, but a lot of cash and new drug delivery contacts, and then spoke openly about that with the police, and so there was a bench trial, which is a trial that doesn't involve a jury. It's just the judge's call, where Mickelin was arguing, like, I cashed out my 401k, like nearly half of this. It's just my money. We can't associate that with drugs. And the state was like, okay, but he knows these drug contacts. And so that's, this money's probably part of a drug conspiracy. And the defense attorney argued, hey, you don't have enough evidence that this is part of a drug conspiracy that didn't come up in criminal court. And he later, after the bench trial, would come to say, and you used the wrong standard of evidence. The judge took it too easy on the state. That latter point, the Wyoming Supreme Court agreed. The judge used preponderance of the evidence and should have used the clear and convincing standard. And so the Wyoming Supreme Court was like, you got to do this again. You got to figure this out.
Okay.
We're taking it back down. So they just undid the result of that trial where the judge was like, yeah, the state can take $50,000 from this person. So
to some degree, the state has to tie that money with the drug. They can't just say, oh, it was in your car when we found a small amount of cocaine, so we're taking all of that. They have to actually.
Yeah, I guess defense attorney isn't the right word here. He's acting in a civil capacity. So that was a slip on my part. Where attorneys representing people with an interest in civil assets always get heartburn. And I've dealt with this issue before. Wyoming Supreme Court opinions is like criminal court is like this high burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. If you're going to go to trial, if you're going to plead, it's actually less according to case law. But it's like this hard thing to convict someone of a crime. And civil standards are different, where it's like a little more wishy-washy, a little lighter standard of evidence. And so where people get heartburn a lot is like, whoa, like no one proved this in criminal court, and yet they're just going to say it in civil court, and they're going to take all this money based on it. But under the case law we have, that's allowed.
Well, he might not be termed a defense attorney anyway, but whatever he charges hourly, we're going to burn up that $54,000 before long. I can't believe we're still fighting over that, but good story. And then finally, I feel bad for poor Lexi Doherty. She deserves better than to be going to Washington, D.C. to work for the administration. She's really cool. I know her dad. I know the Doherty family. Lexi Doherty tapped to get into the Trump administration. What's she going to do, by the way?
She's going to communicate Trump's priorities to the states, to the state governments. So, I think if the legislature is entertaining something, she'd probably be like, well, this is the administration's take on this. There you go. And so I don't know this girl. She didn't take my call. I don't know this girl. I'm, as you can tell by my before the last column, I have absolutely no problem taking a torch to Trump. But some of the commenters that immediately, because of their distaste for Trump, made lewd and horrible comments about a woman that they don't know, I want to call out how reprehensible that is. Yeah. And how far that signals to me how far we've fallen as a society, that because we don't like a policy administration, an administration or its policies, that we would attack in that way, blindly and lewdly attack people that we don't know without evidence.
Yeah. And I say, too bad for Lexi, because she's gonna, she belongs in the West, man. She belongs with horses and the whole Western lifestyle. And if she has to go to D.C., it's a good career move. She's a great kid. Last time I saw Lexi, she was rescuing me from a giant pig. Just I'll throw that out there.
What happened?
The Doherty family kept a pig as basically a pet. And I was over visiting Jeff Doherty, the dad, and this pig had me cornered. He was doing something. He was so huge. I was afraid to, he's like a big giant dog. I was afraid, get away from me, pig. And she came to Harold and whatever the pig's name was. She's like, get out of there, leave him alone. And I'm like, thank you, Lexi.
It probably loved you. They're social creatures. You got to scratch them behind the ears.
Yeah.
Scratch them behind the ears. Oh, they'll fall in love with you.
If I had only known. So hopefully Lexi can bring some of that to D.C. and solve all the political issues of the day by also taking the same approach. Yeah, it's a little scratch behind the ear.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That is Clara McFarland of the Cowboy State Daily Show rolling along. We got to take a quick break and we'll get right back into the Zoom room. We got another special guest waiting for you. Sarah Compton is here, and you don't want to miss that. Coming back at you right after this short break.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuff.
Oh. Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday, October 1, and that's Sarah Compton. Sarah, it's our 1-year anniversary. We started the show a year ago this day.
Well, congratulations. That's very exciting.
Thank you, and congratulations to you. Last month, you celebrated 5 years at the helm there as executive director of... See, I know what's going on. The Wyoming Congressional Award Council, WCAC, Sally threw you a big to-do, and that was pretty smart of her. So way to go. 5 years on the job over there.
Yeah, I'd say way to go, Sally, because I had no idea.
Yeah.
No idea.
It was...
And she and I have celebrated 5 years together, and so it's good things happening over here at Wyoming Congressional Award Council, or WCAC.
WCAC.
As the acronym says.
I didn't know if I could do that. Okay, WCAC. We're going to go with that.
Well, we used years 1 through 3. We avoided it because it sounded like, you're choking.
Yeah.
And then we decided, oh gosh, actually, if we could embrace that, there's a lot of good things like give back to WCAC, or for our medalists, we say WCAC has your back.
Oh.
So we just decided, instead of it being an inside joke, we'd make it, public.
We are going to give back to WCAC. We're going to talk about that event coming up, which celebrates yet another anniversary. But first, you have to explain to folks who have no idea, our listeners, what it is Wyoming Congressional Award Council does. I sort of have a notion, it's good humans creating better communities, but what is it? It's what are they doing? What are you doing?
I need to write that down. Thanks. I can fire my marketing team. But just kidding. Okay, so really what it is, this is the quick pitch. Yeah. In 1979, Senator Wallop from Wyoming and Congressman Howard from New Jersey put together a piece of legislation and started the Congressional Award Act as a national law. So when we talk about the Congressional Award or the medals, just know that it is any young person ages 13 and a half to 24. Okay? Got that picture? Okay. However, in, 42 years ago, Wyoming said, hey, we love this because, Senator Wallop from Wyoming, we love this and we want to support our young people in Wyoming as they go through this process. So the medal they earn is a congressional medal. The support that they get as they're earning it and afterwards comes from Wyoming Congressional Award Council. I don't make the rules. I just get to celebrate and support. That's what Sally and I do.
And that's why I see, photographs on the website, on WCAC website, on the socials, see photographs of all these kids, I'll call them kids, all these young adults, and they're always with, some high-ranking government official from Wyoming and spend time in D.C., and they're always getting a medal put on them. So it's pretty...
Oh, but here's the trick. They're not getting a medal. They've earned that medal.
Yes.
By doing all the things they have to do to, earn the medal.
And that's donating your time in a great way. Like, what are some of the things you can do to earn your way towards that medal?
Okay, so first of all, there's 4 pillars that you have to do, and you can't choose. You have to do all to get the medal. So you're doing voluntary public service, personal development, physical fitness, and what's called an exploration expedition. And that's really getting yourself physically, and as in a trip, exploring something out of your comfort zone. The greatest thing about the Congressional Award is that I could go on with a list for as many kids as have earned the medal because it's individualized. So if you and I were both going to be on stage and receive our medal from Senator Barrasso, your journey would be completely different, even down to how long it took you. Right? You may have just been really, really dedicated and worked every month for 24 months and knocked it out, right? That's the minimum amount of time. I may have taken 5 years because let's say I have some kind of disability that has caused me, or, I don't know, something big happened in my family and I had to pause, right? You have up to the time you're 23 to earn your medal. So some of the things they're doing for volunteers. We've had kids start their own nonprofit for recycling in a small community. They do everything here in Cheyenne. They volunteer at CFD, or that's Cheyenne Frontier Days. Sorry, I forget. Everybody doesn't have that acronym. For personal development, they're doing things like learning a harder piece of music, learning to drive, maybe starting their own nonprofit. And then physical fitness, we have so many hours in that because athletes, that goes real fast, right? 1 week of practice and you're very far along. Overall, it's about 1,000 hours of putting in stuff when you earn your gold at the max.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm getting a much clearer picture. Even I thought I knew, but I don't know. Sarah Compton, the executive director with WCAC, Wyoming Congressional Award Council. I had this notion because of the, Congressional Award that it was kids who are interested in pursuing some kind of political career, but that's not necessarily the case. This seems like a really nice thing, actually, and I don't know if this is why you're motivated, if you're somebody in this, but this is a nice thing to have on your resume, on your, if you're applying to a college, like this is a great addition. This really rounds you out as a person.
Yes, and so when they wrote the law, it is nonpartisan, non-religious, non-academic that piece I need to stress to everyone.
Yes.
You do not have to be in school. We don't care. So your GPA doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So let's talk about kids that aren't motivated to go into politics. Let's talk about the young person that is, barely making it by. If their counselor or a person who hears this could say, hey, Sarah, I think this would be a really good thing for you to pursue, and I'd love to be your advisor. And here's this framework of how you're going to set goals and achieve them in your own time, and I'm going to help keep you on track with this, right? So this is for every young person. There's no reason that anyone in Wyoming that is there, it's not a high school program, it's not a school program, it's not a political program. All of those are things that you get confused with when you see gold medal and our members of Congress handing that to us, right?
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. All right. So pursue like this, in my opinion, makes you a better person and makes our community better if we got the more people we have doing this. Now, please explain the first ever Give Back to WCAC. This is coming up on Wednesday, October 8th, which, by the way, marks 42 years of WCAC officially becoming a council all the way back in 1983. What is Give Back? How are we going to do that?
Well, let me tell you this. To date, Wyoming has 477 gold medalists. That's just gold. That's not silver and bronze. They all have parents. Also, as of today, we have almost 3,000 kids registered for the program. Okay. We are a nonprofit. Let me stress that. We're a nonprofit. Contrary to our name, state of Wyoming doesn't employ me, neither does Congress. My board employs me.
Well, thank goodness you weren't employed by Congress. You wouldn't be working today.
Right? I wouldn't be here this morning.
Right.
The Give Back to WCAC is we're asking anyone who has had an opportunity to see the good that this program has done for themselves or their child or through their nonprofit to donate $25. Why $25, you say? That's because over the years, that's been about the average registration fee. Now, that's not paying us back. That's what they pay to the program, right? But we just thought, what an easy way to have something very visual. If you just paid for what it costs for you to do this program, which is only $25.
Yeah.
And we got that. The math is we have easily made, $25,000. And that is very impactful because we also take the kids to DC and pay for that. We gold medalists earn a scholarship to anywhere they want. And so that's the Give Back to WCAC. It's for people across the state to have an opportunity to give back to this organization that has done so much for Wyoming, and so that we can keep doing it.
Now, you don't have to be an alumni or a former medalist, but I like where you're going with that. You're saying, look, if you benefited from this program in the past and it cost you on average, like $25, double down on that investment and help the next person. But you can be just somebody who really likes the idea of this program, this whole council. I like it. Wyoming Congressional Award Council. And it's Give Back WCAC, the event on Wednesday. Now, what is the event? Can we give now? And what is the actual event on October 8th?
It really is. We're trying to be very individualized, like the program. Yes, you can give now. You can go to our website, which is www.congressionalaward.org, right? So the abbreviation of Wyoming, congressionalaward.org. And you can give today. The event is literally just the giving. I'm not going to, I'm not, from wherever you are, however you'd like to do it, you can send us a check. You can go online. We're thinking about maybe setting up a little coffee, but we're really trying to keep it low cost, right? But the giving event, we would like to grow, right? So next year and the years following, we want to celebrate our anniversary by letting everybody celebrate the young people who have done very good things.
If every medalist, current and past, donated their $25 registration fee, you're looking at raising $25,000. That's how many people you've already touched. You've already helped. WCAC's executive director, Sarah Compton. Let us know, please, will you, on October 8th or after, like, give us the Jerry Lewis tote board number. Like, we want to know,
so great.
please.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's exciting. I love what you're doing. I'm glad you clarified what exactly it is. I knew it was something really good because I do know some of these kids, actually. I recognize some. I'm like, I know them. And I see them with Senator Lummis, Senator Barrasso. I'm like, oh, that's cool.
So I'll be expecting to see your name on the list, since you probably have your community has benefited from that.
Yes, I know we have. And now you got me. Give me the website again, Sarah.
It's www.wykongressionalaward.org.
Give Back WCAC October 8th marks 42 years of doing this. So cool. She's in the game for 5 years. That's Sarah Compton. Thank you. Have a great Wednesday.
Thank you so much.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We got to take a quick break. We're coming right back at you. Stay with us.
The Seroptimists of Cody are inviting you to join them for their 17th annual Run for Hope, Saturday, October 4th. This 5K, 10K chip timed walk and run starts at the Rec Center at 9:30 a.m. with a kids race at 9. Proceeds support the Laney Cole Memorial Women's Cancer Fund. You can register for $35 in advance, $40 the day of the race. Discounted kids and student rates are available. You can register at Sunlight Sports in downtown Cody or online at runsignup.com. See you Saturday, October 4th for the Cody Seroptimist Run for Hope.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so big. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show celebrating 1 year on the air, 1 year of podcasting, 1 year of radio show, whatever you call this thing. We've been at it since October 1 of 2024. Hey, Kate says, brilliant program, Sarah. We just had Sarah Compton on from WCAC, Wyoming Congressional Awards Council, and Kate loves the program. So do I. I think it's a great program, great idea. I had this notion that it was somehow political in nature, like you were headed towards a career in politics. Not so, not at all. and you don't have to be a student. You don't have to be in school. Very cool. And Give Back to WCAC coming up October 8th. Sarah's going to let us know what kind of fundraising happens there. That's a nonprofit. Not in the business of making money, in other words. Jared Petrino will be on in a moment. We'll talk Cowboy football. We'll talk all things sports, not just college. I want to see if Jared, what he thinks about some high school sports and football. We'll even talk about pros, some Cowboys, some ex-UW Pokes that are in the pros now. I don't know. We'll go all over the place. I feel like Jared needs to be challenged a little extra. Let's get him on the show, and we'll see where the conversation takes us. We'll just meander about. Jared, let's start with high school football if you want to.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get going with it. Got a lot of good things happening.
I mean, Sheridan, how do you make a high school program and continue to have it turn over? You know, you got every 2 years, you probably got different starters. How do you keep the longevity of a Sheridan Bronx, Cody Bronx, speaking of Bronx, and now Star Valley building the dynasty? How do you keep programs healthy year after year after year? And Sheridan's like they haven't lost in a million years. How do you do that?
Yeah, and I was actually fortunate enough to be on the 2011 staff up there in Sheridan, and Don Julian set this table there and built a culture, and and same thing with Matt McFadden and what Coach McKay are doing at Star Valley. They just got consistency with their coaching staff, same people every year. Everybody wants to be a part of a winner, so you sometimes you have a hard time getting kids out for a sport. But man, when you're winning games, it's easy to sell kids that might be on the fence and wanting to go out. And that's what they're doing a great job of. And they got a great culture inside those doors. And the kids don't know anything different. They've been battle tested, and they keep finding ways. It's impressive. It's Coach Mallory took over, and he's a former player of Don Julian way back in the day when he coached at Riverton, and Jeff played for him at Riverton High School. And they just they're on the same wavelength. And I think that consistency just shows of how they play. And obviously, it helps. They have really good talent, and but at the same time, it's not like they're just showing up. They're developing them. They're starting them at a young age and getting them through there. And I think that's a big thing. And I think in those small communities, you get those kids that are multi-sport athletes, and they're coming up and they only know one school. And I think that's a good thing, is that being a one town, one team, type of thing. So
yeah. It's hard to put your finger. It's like a chicken or the egg. What creates, the winning, these longevity of these programs? Because you watch these communities, and the fans turn out, and they're crazy for their team, and it's just a great atmosphere. Does that create the winning, or did winning create that, or do they both fuel each other? But good things going on in Cody, Sheridan, Afton, Wyoming. That's for sure.
Absolutely, 100%. And I think a lot of it is even those years that are they don't have a lot of talent, their culture just takes over, and they still find ways to win. And that's what's so impressive.
How dare Grandy go try to tackle our Josh Allen? Did you see Granderson had a game for those Saints? If not for him, I mean, Bills got by New Orleans, but not without some doing, and not without twice Grandy, I think, introducing himself again to Josh Allen, his old teammate. Wow, he's pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. He's made a pretty good career for himself down there in New Orleans and done a great job. He got his big contract, I think, last year, and that just shows the work that he's been doing and down there, and they love him down there, and he's been super productive for him, and that's awesome to see for a former Wyoming guy.
Cowboys in the pros. We're following that. You can see that on the website. Yeah, I wish him well. And the Bengal guy, who's the Bengal linebacker?
Logan
Wilson. I mean, I wish all those guys well, except when you're playing the Bills, man. Lay off. I think Grandy did set Josh down carefully. He's he's so big. I mean, Josh Allen's a big guy, and Granderson towers over him. He's like, I'm going to put you down here, Josh. There, stay there. Oh man. Wyoming soccer girls, last time we talked about them, there was some exciting things, and you know what? They haven't scored since. It's been like 1 goal in 4 matches. The girls are at home, their longest homestand of the season, but they need some goals, man.
Yeah, it's hard. It's one of those sports where you can work your tail off, and unfortunately, you got to put that ball in the net. And then, they've been struggling a little bit, but hopefully they catch steam moving forward here in these conference games coming up.
Big football game. We had coming off the bye week. I heard coach say that it was much needed. I don't know if there's too many guys banged up or anything. There is one notable injury we got to talk about, but coach did say a bunch of times, he talked about guys running out of time to show us what you got. Guys have got to step up now. Coach said time is running out. The sand is running out of the clock. Like, who is he particularly looking at when he says, we need to see what you can do now?
Yeah, I think what he's talking about is some guys that I think that were, talked about during the preseason that we're excited about, and them showing up, whether it was glimpses last year that we saw. And right now they're up after these first 4 games. We haven't seen a lot of them. And I think that's some of the thing. I think, maybe a receiver, that Sargent hasn't had the start of the season that we maybe thought. But I think he's excited to see where they're coming out of. They're healthier. Obviously, J. Mike should be back this week, which should be good. Hopefully, we can get him going also. And I think defensively too. I think there's some guys that were banged up a little bit. I think they're moving along, and I think that I'm excited to see maybe some more guys even playing that we haven't even seen yet on the defensive side of the ball this Saturday. So.
Yeah, UNLV, that's going to be a test. One of the top teams in the Mountain West. I don't know if the Rebs are for real. I think they are. They can score, that's for sure. But their defense a little shaky. This might be a shootout. Saying that for the Wyoming Cowboys, it might be.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the game we want to play with them. We definitely don't want to get no shootout. I don't know if we're built for that. But we got them at home, which is huge. We got to start the conference season. I think, what was it? The stat we play our first four of our first 6 conference games are at home, so that's a huge that's a huge start for us. And obviously starting with UNLV right off the bat, obviously getting them coming up to elevation, and hopefully using that as an advantage. But I think there's some exciting things. I think that going into this game, kind of seeing some guys maybe bounce back from that game in Colorado, and just seeing how they respond.
Yeah, got to get off to faster starts. That's for sure. Coach talked about that. So be ready to play. Kickoff 5:00. Game's going to be on CBS Sports Network. And facing a quarterback who kind of does it all, dual threat Anthony Calandria. I mean, that's tough for any team. When you got a QB who can kill you with his arm or his legs, that's tough, and he's one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. They're definitely going to be up to a challenge. It can be very similar, I think, to the guy that we saw at Utah that can hurt you both ways. And so, I think they present a bunch of challenges that way. Coach Mullen's always been a offensive kind of guru when it comes to that, as far as formationally getting you, trying to out leverage you and trying to do certain things, and finds multiple ways of creating offense. With whether it's Tim Tebow or it was Dak Prescott, whoever he was coaching, they found ways to be productive on offense. So it's going to be a great challenge for our defensive staff, and I'm excited to see how they respond.
I feel like defensively overall, our pursuit to the ball, like there's good team speed. I don't mind facing a quarterback that can run or throw because, we're not like this big, heavy team that stop the run between the tackle. Like, we'll go get you wherever you want to run. We'll come and find you. Like, it's a pretty fast team.
Yeah, that's been my biggest positive, I think, up after these first 4 games is, and I've told this to a lot of people, I think when you saw a running back break, maybe the initial wave of guys last year, you're like, oh crap, here we go.
Yeah,
gone. And now when that happens, you're like, you kind of get that same feeling, but then all of a sudden, boom, there's brown and gold jerseys flying to the ball, and then you look up and it was only a 2-yard gain or a 3-yard gain, and that's fine. That's going to happen, but you limited those big explosive plays. just can't give up those big explosives. And that's what we did for the first time against Colorado, that we gave some of those big. I think Coach Savell said we hadn't given up a play over 25 yards until that game. And so that's saying something about your team speed on defense and getting people to the ball and all that stuff. So.
Yeah, and that was a big difference over last year, which was so frustrating. You just watch that defense, you're like, this does not look like a Wyoming Cowboy defense we're used to, where, if a guy broke one tackle, he was gone. Yeah. How about, boy, I feel bad for Nate Geiger, the left tackle. He's had that injury, got it re-injured. He's going to be done for the year as he looks at surgery. That's tough. That's if you're right-hander and Caden Anderson's right-hander, right? That's a blindside tackle. That's important. Can Jake Davies get it done? What do we got to do to replace Geiger on the offensive line?
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what they do. I don't know if he's keeping some things under his vest or not, but if they're planning on staying with Nate, obviously he got a lot of playing time last Saturday. Obviously you got to protect him. You got to help him out with a tight end or a running back, and know that they're there to help him out on certain situations until he gets comfortable, because UNLV is going to have a lot of team speed too on defense. They might be giving up a lot of yards, but we know they're going to be athletic, especially at the DN position. So. I'm sure they're going to find ways to help him out with a running back or maybe a chip in with a tight end, just to kind of in the runs in the passing game. I think run game wise, I think he'll be fine. He's still got great size, and find a way to be productive and get those backs explosive again, and which we've done a pretty good job. It's been nice to see some running backs be explosive this fall.
Yeah, speaking of that, we're talking to Jared Petrino, Wyoming Cowboys, big football game coming up this weekend, UNLV. I like the notion of running, of passing to run. I wish, if you were OC, Jared, what do you think? Like, we come out and we throw a little bit on first down. Like, we do have a good running game, but you just can't go there time and time again. I would love to come out throwing a little bit and then loosen up that defense for the run.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with you. I think the big thing, in my opinion, is having a defensive background more so in my coaching career, was like, I'm all for just getting that first down. Get that first down and then let's go. Like that right there gave your defense enough break. That's going to give them enough rest. But after that, let's open it up. And I'm not against on first down, taking a shot and doing something like that every once in a while. I'm a big believer of wasting the other team's preparation. So they're going to have all these stats and analytics that say, hey, on first down, Wyoming runs the ball 95% of the time.
Yeah.
And I'm just making that up. I'm not saying that's a true stat, but I'm just, so you come out on first down and you go play action and take one, try to hit a home run over the top or something like that. I'm all for that kind of stuff. And, and I think they got to be, thought about. I think they got to be, timed out at a good time. And but I don't disagree with you. And that, hopefully, the one thing I really liked about the Northern Iowa game is they came out offensively and they did a little no huddle and like fast tempo, and you could tell the kids knew what like the first 6 plays were. They just lined up and ran them, line up and ran them. And I liked that, getting the spark and getting the rhythm and momentum of that offense. And I don't know if that's what they're going to do this weekend, but something similar to that notion, I think, really helps an offense get going.
Yeah, and I don't mean like we got to hit some big home run on the first play of the first, snap from scrimmage. But I mean, because you do I know offensive linemen, first play, they love to fire out and run block. You want to go hit somebody right off the bat. You don't want to be backpedaling, but maybe something quick. I mean, just a quick hit. But you're right about the film study in today's day and age, man. Everybody knows everybody, especially when you get into conference play. UNLV likes to think they know what Wyoming's going to do. They've seen the tape. They know our tendencies. And to throw them some curveball, I don't know, maybe. Coach Savell in a press conference talked about, he was kind of frustrated about he was talking about recruits, and he's like, you can't say a lot about recruits because of NCAA rules. He's like, I can give a kid a car, gift him some fancy car, but I can't talk about him. Well, what is he pointing out there? What is the law?
Yeah, so the letter of the law on that is you just can't talk about a specific recruit until they actually sign the dotted line. So just because of a kid is recruited and committed, it doesn't really mean anything. It's a verbal agreement. So until these national letter of intent is signed, which is in December, you can't talk about that prospect. And that's always been a rule. It's always been a rule. Is it dated and need adjustment? Maybe because of all the NIL stuff and all the handshakes and envelopes being handed out, but at the same time, but it's still, you still can't talk about a specific prospect until they actually. It's like in the workforce, you can't tell you're hiring a guy until they sign their contract. You can't talk about a job. It's basically that national letter of intent is a contract, so you can't talk about a specific athlete. And we all know who they're talking about. They're talking about the kid out of Cheyenne who committed, which is a great in-state kid, and but at the same time, he can't talk about him specifically until the actual signing day.
Yeah, it's almost like tampering, where another team can't talk about a guy you got. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, all right, I can get that. I don't know what's your prediction for this weekend. Again, it's UNLV and it's Wyoming Cowboys at home. We're in Laramie. CBS will televise kickoff 5. And what do you think? Final score, Jared?
Yeah, I'm hoping it's more of a lower scoring affair. I'm thinking like I like the Pokes. I'm going to go 23-14 Pokes.
Boy, if we hold the Rebs to 2 touchdowns, I don't know. They've been scoring a bunch. That offense looks good. I think we might try to finally get the offense woke up early and often, as they say. And then defensively, we'll get a stop or two, maybe a turnover at a key time. And but I think I would bet the over, and I think the Pokes score a little. But we'll see. Jared, I appreciate it, man. It's fun to talk to you about sports in general.
Absolutely. Thank you. We'll see you next week. Go Pokes.
Go Pokes. Cowboy State Daily Show. And we got to bust out of here for news. We'll see you right on the other end of that. Thanks for spending your Wednesday with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming's congressional delegation is blaming Senate Democrats for the federal government shutdown that took effect at midnight. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Barry reports from D.C. that one Wyoming senator has some harsh words for Democrats.
U.S. Senator John Barrasso calling it idiocy on the part of the Democrats not to cooperate with the Republicans. The Wyoming congressional delegation is essentially saying that the Democrats in the Senate, led by Chuck Schumer of New York, they're saying this is an act of retribution against the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, because in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, where huge spending cuts were made, the Democrats had no voice. They were shut out of the process. That was a strictly party line process in the Senate, whereas now, with the shutdown, the Democrats had leverage. The Republicans needed the Democrats' votes to avoid a shutdown, and the Democrats said, we're not doing it.
Back in Wyoming, Governor Mark Gordon and Secretary of State Chuck Ray issued statements supporting the federal lawmakers. As Wyoming's House Freedom Caucus continues to act as one of the most vocal proponents of property tax cuts on behalf of what it sees as a very weary tax base, Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that one Sheridan County official said on Tuesday that relatively few people are using these programs.
On one side, we've got the House Freedom Caucus and people that are fighting to cut out waste, fraud, and abuse from the government. But on the other side, we have these smaller local jurisdictions that are trying to hang on to their limited budgets as property tax revenue continues to decrease. Now, today, I was looking for solutions and I came across property tax relief services. These are actual services provided by county governments to provide relief to the people who need it the most, that find that they're struggling with paying these taxes. Now, what I found, however, is that not a lot of people are taking advantage of these programs, and that's because some of the way that they're structured requires interest payments to be made on these taxes that are deferred. And what I found is that that kind of represents a prohibitive cost to some people.
After rallying to pass a 25% cut earlier this year, the Freedom Caucus is now aiming for additional relief as high as 50%. I'll be back with more news right after this.
I'm Reed Reisner. Wyoming's not just where I live, it's who I am. I've worked hard to support local families, veterans, and small business owners because when they succeed, our whole state gets stronger.
Reed Reisner, focused on Wyoming's economic growth and long-term prosperity.
I'm Reed Reisner, and I'm committed to Wyoming's future.
Learn more about Reed Reisner and OmniVest Financial at omnivestfinancial.com.
Securities and advisory services offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Wyoming has again earned the dubious distinction from a safety watchdog group as the nation's deadliest state for big rig crashes. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports that Truck Safety Coalition is blaming extreme and unpredictable weather, including high winds, sudden snowstorms, and low visibility, particularly along the Interstate 80 corridor, for the high propensity of the deadly crashes.
The Wyoming Trucking Association pointed out to me today, they think the study is flawed because it's based on per capita, which Wyoming has the smallest population in the U.S. and the most truck traffic. So you're going to have truck crashes, but there's other places that have far more than Wyoming. So they think the results are somewhat skewed, but they do admit there is a problem. This organization uses Wyoming as like a benchmark, but the Trucking Association believes that's kind of flawed math.
The Truck Safety Coalition, a Washington, D.C.-based advocacy organization, released its annual list of the 12 worst states for truck fatalities on Monday, based on the most recent data from the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration. With Wyoming sitting on top of the list, New Mexico, Mississippi, North Dakota, and Oklahoma round out the top 5. And Justin Luck was working on the Moss Ranch near Lovell on Monday when he spotted one of the many big sheep that frequent the foothills of the Bighorn Mountains. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi spoke with Luck and found that the Bighorns may have one of the coolest sheep populations in the state because of a very distinctive feature.
So bighorn sheep tend to grow symmetrical horns where the horns sprout out of their head and they curl inward around their eyes. But the thing that's interesting in Lovell is that there have been several bighorn sheep spotted that have asymmetrical horns. One grows faster than the others.
Several rams harvested from this herd have the same unique look rather than the more symmetrical appearance of the horns on most bighorn rams. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Hi, I'm Susan Lucci. I never thought about heart disease until I had my own heart event. I had heard many times that heart disease is the #1 killer. It went in one ear and out the other, frankly. I never had a health issue. But suddenly, I had that pressured elephant pressing on my chest. By the time I got to the ER, the doctor decided to give me a CAT scan. I had a 90% blockage in my main artery and a 75% blockage in the adjacent artery. I received 2 stents in my arteries. Stents developed through research funded by the American Heart Association. That's why I'm in front of you today. I'm so grateful to the American Heart Association. Their research helped save my life. Put yourself on your to-do list. It could be the most important thing you ever do. Learn more about the American Heart Association's life-saving work at helpheart.org.
He threw lead at him. He was an old-time outfitter, but yeah, he's had encounters in the dark at night when, yeah, scary stuff.
Have you had them too?
Yeah, both black bear, which sometimes can be worse than grizzly. Black bear, a subadult black bear, he's 2 years old. He's kicked off his mom and he's looking for his territory. And everywhere he goes, he gets beat up by other black bear. And he's kind of pissed and he's scared. And there's nothing. Cowboy State Daily show celebrating our 1-year anniversary. That was a chat with Jimmy Orr back on day 1. October 1st, 2024, going in the Wayback Machine. Yeah, we're 1 year into it now. Can you believe it? I wore the same hat just because, in honor of the 1 year anniversary. We got special guests coming up this hour. Julie Mackey's going to be with us. Julie's going to talk about the J Foundation. It's more than just boots. You'll find out how much more. And filmmaker Nate Lundquist. That should be exciting. Nate's got a new movies wrapped up. It's going to debut, I think, October 23rd. Does that sound right? Yeah, October 23rd. The premiere of a movie called Off School Property, Solving the Separation of Church and State. It's an explosive new documentary from Livewise Academy. And I can't wait to see it. It's going to be really cool. And Nate is an award-winning filmmaker, by the way. We can ask him all kinds of things on, like, how do you make a film? I'm always fascinated how directors do what they do. This film, we're going to show the trailer here in a little bit. Looks really good, really interesting. Can you put the Bible back in schoolrooms? Some don't want it there. But a growing number of people say since the Bible and any kind of teachings to do with the Bible was removed from the classroom, America has gone downhill in those 50, 60, 70 years. And there's a movement toward getting the Bible back in class. Where are you on that? Nate Lundquist's going to be on the show. He's a filmmaker with a premiere coming out October 23rd that I think you'll find interesting no matter where you lie on the discussion. And Julie Mackey. Julie is running the J Foundation, and she'll explain the many facets of that, including a boot giveaway, Cowboy boots for high school seniors. They've been doing that for a while now. Other initiatives of the J Foundation include all kinds of stuff. 12 different things they're in all, and Julie will explain to us what all those things are. It's all to remember J Bob Bing, who took his own life, but his memory stays with us. And whether it's the boot check or the J Foundation High School Senior Boot Initiative, there's all kinds of ways that Julie Mackey, the Wyoming Outreach Coordinator with the incredible J Foundation, has kept Jay's story first and foremost. So, yeah, we're going to do that a little bit later. First, I guess we can pick up a few of the stories of the day that we have not gotten to, Cowboy State Daily stories. After, of course, this, I read this the other day, and it makes me wish I lived in this time, in a time like this. Back when the Bible was back in school, probably, and back when you could order in the Sears catalog your very own donkey. Can you imagine, like, leafing through the Sears catalog? And you've probably seen the old advertisements where you could buy a whole house in the catalog. I don't know if it was from Sears. I think it was. Sears Roebuck catalog sold everything you needed. If you were out in Wyoming back in, I don't know, when was this ad from? The Sears catalog, Sears Roebuck of 1932, let's say. 1930. You're leafing through the old Sears catalog, and you're in Meeteetse, Wyoming in the 1930s, and you say, well, I need to build me a house here in Meeteetse. Or I could order one from the Sears catalog. You could. And you need the kids to get to and from school because the school bus isn't running, not in 1930s Meeteetse. They can ride a burro to school, right? Well, we don't have a burro. Oh, wait, page 67 of the Sears Roebuck catalog. They sold donkeys through the catalog, and they would be shipped to you by train. $79.95. How you can't beat a deal like that? To live in that time, wouldn't that be cool? Believe it or not, Sears once sold donkeys through their catalog, and they'd be shipped to you by train. $16 down, only $12 a month. Or if you have the money and the means, shell out $79.95 and get your burro from the Sears Roebuck catalog. Guaranteed to be friendly, shaggy, and braying with gentility. Yeah, the burro bray is hard to get used to. It's like the rooster crow. It's an annoying noise. But yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting. You know the movie we all went and saw over the weekend? I don't know if you did. I want to. I didn't have time. I don't have time to go to the movies. If I did, I definitely would be interested in seeing Paul Thomas Anderson's One Battle After Another, starring Leonardo DiCaprio. That was the top of the box office over the weekend. $22.4 million in its debut weekend, easily outpaced Gabby's Dollhouse, the movie, whatever that is. Also debuting The Strangers, Chapter 2, that was left in the dust. By far and away, the movie we all went to see, according to the box office last weekend, was the debut of One Battle After Another. I heard it's super exciting, got a lot of action. You got Lenny DiCaprio. I mean, what could go wrong? That was the movie of the weekend. And at least when we were talking about Leonardo DiCaprio, we're talking about an actual human being starring in a movie. It won't be long before a movie may feature a cast of entirely AI actors, like not a real actor in the entire movie. It certainly would be cheaper, and don't think Hollywood wouldn't be influenced to make a movie with all AI actors if it could, in order to save money. I mean, to pay Leonardo DiCaprio to be in a movie, to pay The Rock, to pay any of these actors, that's the biggest, maybe not the biggest expense, the way they blow things up in movies now, but that's a big expense. What if you could save most of that money and use an AI actor? Who was it? I just saw an act. I think it was Anne Hathaway, maybe. No, it was some actress of the day. And she learned that the new up-and-coming actress that everybody is talking about is this Tilly Norwood. And everybody says Tilly Norwood is going to be in every movie. She is going to be the top actor of the day very soon. And the thing is, Tilly Norwood is not real. She's not a person. Here, I'm sharing a photo of her. Go look her up. Tilly, Tilly Norwood. Tilly Norwood. She's completely fabricated. She's AI. She's a piece of art. Yet, through technology and deep fake and AI, Tilly Norwood could be acting in a movie near you soon. And it wasn't Anne Hathaway. It was that other one. Oh, what is her name? Scarlett Johansson, I think. It was either Scarlett or Anne Hathaway. Upon learning that Tilly Norwood was not real, she said a bad word like SH, we are effed. Meaning like the whole industry or us as a society. But yeah, actors, do you think like actual SAG and AFTRA actors and actresses are down with this? No way. Tilly Norwood and her creator, Aline van der Velden, are pretty excited about the future of Tilly Norwood and the future of acting and movies and all that, because the future is to use AI. Future is to use animate, just totally made up. They're not real people. Oh, can you imagine? Is that really where we're headed? Could be. Other stories in the news cycle today. We've hit just about all the Cowboy State Daily stories. I did want to talk about this Chinese woman who was just arrested for probably the largest ever monetary ripoff of all time. It involves crypto, so it isn't real money, unless you believe crypto is real money, but it involves Bitcoin. And a 47-year-old Chinese national has pleaded guilty in Britain to a multi-billion-dollar Bitcoin scheme, according to Metropolitan Police in the UK, possibly the world's largest cryptocurrency seizure. This 47-year-old, whose name there's no way I'm even going to attempt it, is charged with stealing, somehow ripping people off, of more than $7.3 billion. Talk about, what about the Ponzi scheme guy? Remember the Ponzi dude? Like, whatever that guy frauded people on is nothing compared to $7.3 billion. This woman, Qian, also known as Yadi Zhang, she has no permanent address. She just moves about using fake documents. When they finally caught up with her in the UK, she was using a false document, a made-up passport. She fled to Britain September of 2018 from China, and numerous charges and allegations of massive fraud in her native China, defrauding more than 128,000 victims between 2014 and 2017. In 3 years, she ripped off 128,000 people to the tune of $7.3 billion in Bitcoin. Mastermind. And if you look at her mugshot, I don't know that you would equate mastermind Bitcoin billionaire with her, but yeah, that was probably the biggest monetary ripoff ever, $7.3 billion. Speaking of the UK, they are experimenting with, and apparently not many people like it, and I wouldn't like it either. There's a petition calling for the UK to scrap their digital ID cards, and now more than 2 million people have signed opposing Sir Keir Starmer's plans to make every adult in Britain have a digital ID card. The Prime Minister said these so-called Brit cards will make it tougher for people to work illegally in the country, in the UK, and would make their borders more secure. But a lot of critics say it does nothing to curb illegal migration and puts the personal information of millions at risk of data leaks and cyber attacks. They're considering every adult in Britain should have a digital ID card. And so far, more than 2 million have signed a petition opposed to that notion. Yeah, that's some futuristic stuff. All right, we'll be back with, I think, Julie Mackey first, right after we take a quick break on the Cowboy State Daily Show, celebrating our 1-year anniversary today.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit. Shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled. Perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savebythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
The Dutch. Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake rolling along here on a Wednesday, celebrating our 1-year anniversary of being a thing, being on the air. We welcome to the program, that's Julie, right? Julie Mackey?
Yes, you got that right.
Julie, let's talk about what you're doing over there to keep the memory of J. Bob Bing alive. It's the J Foundation. I know you as the Pinedale Cowboy shop that puts boots on the feet of senior high schoolers, but there's so much more. You have like many, many initiatives that you're in. But let's start from the beginning. Let's start with who Jay is, why we continue to keep his memory alive. And everybody knows the Bings at that Cowboy shop in Pinedale for sure. Julie, go ahead.
Awesome. Yeah, if you don't know the Bings, come on over to Pinedale to the Cowboy shop and meet Bob and Carolyn. They're awesome. So, but yeah, Jay grew up here in Pinedale and he was just one of a kind, adopted from South Korea early on, and just he absolutely loved his cowboy boots and he wore them everywhere. And
he could do some boot scooting in them too.
Yes, he could. how to swing dance, and he was amazing. So, yeah, he just was such a great guy and loved by so many. And unfortunately, everybody thought he was kind of on top of the world, and he wasn't. And so it was a shock to obviously his family and the community. He was 27 years old when he took his life, and it his one of his good friends, Jason Vickery, decided to do something about it and made a commitment to honor Jay. And through tragedy, we've been able with the Jay Foundation to bring people together and have bold conversations around mental health and suicide prevention. So we do that around, we call them Jay Boots. So we bring in, tell you who Jay was, and allow you to pick out a special pair of boots that serve as a reminder of how much we're all loved and meant to be here and valued. So, yeah.
It's a super idea. I didn't know, I don't know Jason. I didn't know that's where the idea came from. So Jason came up with this idea. How did it become, you probably like built this airplane as you were flying it. How did it become what we see now? Like, it is a big deal now, but I love the idea of not sweeping something like this under the rug. Very often suicide is tough to deal with. It's tough for a school district to handle when it happens. It's tough communities. Everybody just wants to forget about it. They don't want to talk about it. In this case, it's tackled head on, like full right. And when you have one of these programs, you're going to get, I see the video. People are wide-eyed listening to the story of J. Bob Bing. Like, Jay's story is told. You're told everything, all the details. And then, it's all around. I like the boot aspect. That's certainly cool. But I love the idea of raising awareness about suicide right head on. That's not always easy to do. And I bet it's been receptive. I bet kids really appreciate when you don't skirt around it. You just get right to it. And then you say, and here's your pair of boots.
Yeah. No, essentially it has been, I've been involved, kind of started getting involved actually like 3 years ago, and then officially full time for over 2.5 years. But as it's grown, it did take Jason a while to figure out how he could honor Jay and what it would look like. And in those early years, right after Jay passed in 2016, Jason didn't know what it was going to be. And so, it came to fruition through some trial and error and different things. But ultimately, there was a dad that was a part of a leadership team that Jason started doing boot checks with. And this gentleman, when he got his boots, had gone home and hadn't worn his cowboy boots. Not everybody's a cowboy. And so he decided to put them on, and he was going to take his 13-year-old daughter on a daddy-daughter date and puts them on, and she is making fun of him, right? Like any 13-year-old, like, Dad, you are not a cowboy. What are you doing? And it allowed him the chance to have a conversation. He talked about why he got those boots. He talked about Jay. And ultimately, through that and that conversation, she told him that she actually had written 2 suicide notes, and they were in her bedroom.
Oh, so wow.
That allowed to happen. And that's how the Jay Foundation came to be. It was in that moment, the power of the boot and how really it happened. So, yeah.
The power of Jay Boots, the magic boots. Jay Foundation. By the way, we're spelling Jay, J-A-E, just in case you're looking stuff up, jfoundation.com. Since Jason had the great idea, you look at it, what it is today, more than 18,000 pairs of Jay Boots have been shared, 86,000 in scholarships, more than 7,500 high school seniors impacted. Let's start with the high school program, where how does a high school get involved, and what does it look like when you go to the school and put boots on seniors' feet, or they pick them out? How do you do that?
Yeah, no, great question. So essentially over here in Wyoming, someone will reach out to me and through this opportunity, our initiative, which this is a big one, but it's every senior every year all around the state, right?
Wow.
We're getting there, and we've got incredible ambassadors around the state that are also helping share Jay's story. I just got home late last night from Laramie, Cheyenne, Douglas, Casper last week, and so ultimately we know Wyoming's huge, right? And in order to do this, we're looking at possibly having a foundation building over here, centrally located. But when people reach out, they have to know for a student or a staff member, it's $200. And so essentially we get them that flyer and explains everything that comes with it. And we'll bring kids in together, and we won't ever do this in an auditorium where it's, all the student body at the same time, because you lose the impact. So we bring in experience and around 25, 30 in a group. And ultimately, to be a part of that experience and have that impact is what we do. So when you look at Casper, when we finished there, it was almost 1,000, right? And so we're doing 4 groups a day, every day for 2 weeks. So, yeah.
During the fall of 2024 alone, the Jay Foundation High School Senior Boot Initiative impacted more than 4,000 Idaho and Wyoming high school seniors, worked with more than 38 different high schools. It's tackling the tough topic of suicide, but it's doing it through the boot, because Jay was all about boots. The boot's a nice icebreaker, right? It's a great way to attack a tough problem.
Yeah, no, it is. And I think, for some of these kids, it's the nicest pair of, shoe, boot, whatever that maybe they've had. So right there, we want them to understand with this, you are so loved, you're valued, you're meant to be here. And ultimately, we're doing this with seniors because we want them to help change a culture, right? In order to do that, we've got to start with the senior class. The younger classmen look up to them. And then the other reason too is they're getting ready to hopefully all graduate, right? And head out. What's next? They're leaving that community that they've grown up in, and college, military, workforce. Some of them have no idea. And so it's rallying around like, hey, what are some tools that I need to have in my toolbox when I'm not okay? How can I reach out? Where do I need to go? And letting them know, like, if you're not okay, that's fine, but you got to do something about it. And so that's really why we're focusing on the seniors and doing this in the schools. Obviously, we all need a boot check, right? As adults, as younger kids, we have the ability to check in on one another and be honest, right? If we're not doing okay. So we talk about resources the schools have, what the community has. We always talk about 988. That's, national and local and different resources that are there. And really, it's just providing an opportunity for these kids to understand, wow, there's a lot that's available if I need it. And you got your school, right? Find that trusted adult. Maybe it's your best friend's mom or dad, so we just rally around them, and it's been pretty powerful. The goal this year is over 3,500 high school seniors in Wyoming. So we're doing it. I'll be traveling till the end of October, and we've got Cheyenne coming up. We've got Douglas and Laramie High School. So, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Julie Mackey, outreach coordinator with Jay Foundation, putting the miles on. You're going to need a tire check while the rest of us get a boot check. You're really getting out there, getting around. What else is Jay Foundation doing? Talk about the scholarships. Talk about some of the other initiatives, Jay's Place, Nashville Nights, all the things going on.
Yeah, no, I love it. And I will actually give a shout out to Teton Motors over in Jackson.
All right.
Yeah, Dave over there hooked me up with a truck. So I have Big Bertha, I like to call her, helping me drive state. So he generously donated that, so I didn't have to keep putting miles on my personal truck. So that's pretty cool. Thank you, Dave. But yeah, really, we've got some initiatives in Wyoming that we're focused on with scholarships. You know, you can get on our website. A lot of this information's on there. We've partnered with Cowboy Coal Foundation that's over in Cheyenne, doing scholarships that way. Jay's Place, you know, over in Twin Falls, Idaho. Because that's where Jason lives. So if you're ever in Twin Falls, you got to go see the foundation building. The hope is that we can get a home base, a foundation over here in Wyoming as well. But yeah, first responders we're looking at doing here in Wyoming eventually, right, when we build up that team and continue going forward. But we've got quite a few initiatives. We're going to focus on 5 of those in Wyoming to really make sure we're keeping the integrity of what we're focused on here. And ultimately that's having bold conversations and making sure we're outreaching to the right people. We have an awesome program called Teen Outreach. So we've got some kids around the state that are helping get kids together and just, you know, talk to them about what the J Foundation is doing. And we always provide some food and fun games and activities. So that's another outreach opportunity for high school kids. And we had our first teen leadership retreat this summer at the Double J Ranch right outside of Pinedale. And with these teen leaders at the different schools, seeing this impact and what they've done is incredible. So yeah, they're taking their and they're going with it. It's awesome.
I can't believe how big this whole effort has become. Jay, if you only knew, oh my goodness, if he's looking down on us now, jfoundation.com. It's bigger than Boots, that's for sure, but it's a story told through Boots, but it's become now bigger than Jay. It's a movement that's dealing with a big issue of the day. Wyoming is no stranger to suicide. Always, you know, we're a state always in the top 5. Yeah, we got to deal with it. And maybe Boots the answer. I love what you're doing over there, Julie.
Well, thank you. And we're not stopping, you know, and I think when we're honest and recognize a lot of us have all been touched by it, right? And so to be bold and recognize in order for something to change, something has to change. And the communities that have rallied around it and what we're doing. And yeah, we also want people to understand you're not alone, right? If you've gone through this, if you've lost someone, we're here for you. And we've seen some good healing kind of take place too. So yeah, I appreciate you guys having us on and happy 1 year. That's awesome.
Thanks.
Yeah. Woo-hoo.
Yeah, we're still sticking around. Well, thank you, Julie Mackey, on for J Foundation. Find out more, jfoundation.com, JAE Foundation.com. Find out more about the effort. Next time you're down in Sublette County in the Pinedale area, stop in the Cowboy shop. Say hi to the Bings. Buy yourself some boots. Yeah. Have a great Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily Show continues here on this Hump Day Wednesday, 1 year anniversary. Take one more final break and we'll run for the finish line. Award-winning filmmaker Nate Lundquist will be with us shortly.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. 2014,
Wild Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
School, kids, Bible, somehow during school hours. You can't do that. That's illegal.
Decades ago, the Bible was systematically removed from the public schools' aid.
There is still constantly Bible reading and prayer recitation in the public schools.
The Supreme Court has made a judgment.
Why do they put the battleground in the public schools?
The most transformative book in all of human history, banned from the one place we educate 90% of our population.
The Bible's impact is hard to overestimate. It's the foundation of modern science.
Faith and common sense is really nonsense, and it is destroying all the beautiful things the Bible had brought to the Christian civilization.
Yeah, it's a problem. But what if the separation of church and state has been widely misunderstood?
I'm excited for this. That's just a little bit of the trailer from this award-winning filmmaker. Nate Lundquist joins us. Nate, thanks for being on, by the way. Number one.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Also, am I getting it right? Sometimes I see you referred to as Nathan Williams, sometimes Nate Lundquist. It's the same guy, right? We're talking about the director
We are, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, my middle name is William.
I figured.
In prior years, I was credited as Nathan William, but yeah.
I figured it was something like that. By the way, Nathan produces creative, meaningful, high-quality music videos. If you've ever seen his, I do want to talk about music videos. That's a whole industry and world in itself. Commercials, films, this guy has done a lot. But the latest, I bet you've been toiling away for probably, the last year before the premiere of this coming up October 23rd? This
couple of years, yeah.
Yeah, this film, this is going to be so cool, so needed in this time. I love the tagline. The film, by the way, what is the film of the name? Off
School Property.
Off School Property. Premieres October 23rd. Tagline, what if this solution has been hiding right under our noses for the last 70 years? It looks pretty cool. I can't wait to see it. You're going to tell us how we can see it. Explain how it all got started. You've had some affiliation with LifeWise, who is behind this for quite a while. So it's probably not a surprise to see your name show up in the credits as director. But How did this even get off the ground? Whose idea, and how did you start making this documentary? When and how?
Yeah, well, I've always been an artist. Always believed that the Bible was the Word of God, and was a public school kid. And then after that, I ended up living in Israel for a while and became a filmmaker and was working on documentaries and all of that. Meanwhile, I've been friends with the guy Joel Penton, who started LifeWise. He and I have been friends for 20 years now. And so I've been around watching the whole idea of what LifeWise is start to form. And for those who don't know what LifeWise is, it's a nonprofit that helps communities start optional Bible classes for their public school students during school hours. It utilizes a 1952 Supreme Court ruling that says as long as it's off school property, hence the name of the movie, and it's privately funded and you have permission from the parents, you can teach religious instruction to public school students 1 hour a day. So this nonprofit was formed, and I was watching it all happen. Meanwhile, doing my thing as a filmmaker on the side, making commercials and music videos, but watching my friend Joel start this nonprofit. And as I continued to watch it explode, and just, they set a goal to be in serving 25 schools by the year 2025. This is 5 years ago. And now here we are serving 1,200 schools across 35 states. So, I eventually jumped on board with LifeWise in the early days because I was like seeing the potential of what this could be to reintegrate the Bible into public education in America, and knew that it needed some kind of creative leadership to really protect the credibility of the idea. And so I jumped on board, and naturally I'm just seeing this whole thing play out through the eyes of a filmmaker. And, I've always believed that documentaries are uniquely powerful. And so I was, from the very beginning, I knew we needed to make a film about this. And so that's ultimately what this movie has become.
Yeah, making a documentary of what LifeWise has been doing since its founding in 2019. We're talking about 6 years, now serving over 100,000 students, more than 1,200 across 35 states, 1,200 schools across 35 states. It's a movement, it's a revival, and it needs to be documented. And we did document it with a documentary, a filmmaker. So how was it? Where you're in Ohio? Tell me, how do you go about shooting this? It's got to be a lot of plane tickets, a lot of hauling cameras everywhere. It took a while. How do you, I guess, start with the very beginning? You have certain people you want in this, and you got to storyboard it just like you would any other film. How was the actual making of this film? How did you do it?
Yeah, so it all started with Joel, the CEO. He had written a book called During School Hours. And the book kind of outlined a bit of the history of how we got to this point where the Bible was separated from public education. And it goes into great depth about all the research that's been done on the impact of religious education on within as a part of education as a whole, and how to reintegrate it through opportunities like LifeWise. And so the outline was kind of already there. But, we had already been shooting all kinds of footage just to show people what was happening of LifeWise in action, of the, interviewing students and parents and educators, getting their pulse on the impact. And so we'd been filming all of that naturally just for our own promotional videos to get the word out. And then, as I started down the road of actually consolidating this into a movie, taking Joel's book as a bit of the starting script, at one point we realized maybe this should actually follow my own personal story, because I was a public school student. I grew up with the Bible in my household, and believed that it was the Word of God in our household, still do, and went to Israel after that and got to, there are a lot of people who grew up in the public education in our country who are also Bible believing families, and just grow up with this cognitive dissonance of how do you reconcile the fact that the thing that I think is the most important in the entire world is not spoken of at all in the place where I'm taught the things I'm supposed to know. you know and so then I went to Israel after high school, and I got to answer that question, like, is the Bible actually legit? And I lived there for 3 years making documentaries. And shout out to Expedition Bible. If you've ever seen the YouTube channel Expedition Bible, that was my crew. And we were interviewing scholars and archaeologists and all this stuff. So eventually I knew that piece of my story needed to be involved in this whole thing. And and then my own involvement in LifeWise. So as we decided that this needed to follow my personal arc through public education and the Bible and Israel and starting LifeWise and all that stuff, that became the through line for the film. And then I just started thinking logically through, how do we present this to people, and I laid it out on a document. And what blew my mind, though, is I've been a part of a handful of documentaries, and they're always, I feel like you write a documentary 4 different times. You write it when you have the idea. You write it when you write it again when you write the script. It gets rewritten. Then when you start shooting it, you start learning all kinds of things you had no idea about going into it. And you're like, oh my gosh, we gotta, turn this whole ship this direction based on this thing I just learned from this person I interviewed. And then when you get into post-production, you rewrite the whole thing again. So it just always is evolving and changing. But this particular film, I wrote it on paper, and it is almost exactly what I wrote from day one, which blows my mind. I don't know how that happened. I think it's just a God ordained thing, because it's so crazy that I've never seen that happen with a movie. It just shifts all the time.
That's got to be a God thing. That's like a fulfillment of the vision. You're right. Like a documentary, that's a unique form, a media form of filmmaking, unlike a movie where this thing, you can start out with a story idea, and then a documentary tells its own story. That's the whole point of it. Certainly, as it's going, you have to let it take a course. And when it takes the course of your vision, you got to be like, oh, we're on to something here. Very interesting. Nate Lundquist, we're talking to Nate Lundquist. He's a Dove and Emmy award-winning filmmaker. This whole production is LifeWise Academy, and Nate's the director. And this documentary, we're going to talk about how you can see it and when. I just had another question about the making of it, Nate. Like, I can tell from the trailer a little bit. I love your style. That's going to be your signature style. You're edgy. You're really hip. And I love that story told in not some decades old dusty way. Like you're fast cutting, you're real hip, you're edgy in your delivery. That's cool. I also sense like you probably touched on where the Bible was not only downplayed in public schools, and depending on what state, city you're in, it was like forbidden. Like there were people who just wanted to burn it. Like it was not just, you didn't talk about the Bible. Like people really got upset over any notion that the Bible might appear in a classroom.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's, this movie, is already poking the bear in that regard, because it's saying, hey, this deserves to be at the center of our conversation because our whole world is built upon it. I think that's what people fail to realize, is that the world that you live in, it's almost like the Matrix, the way that I've thought about it. Like, you're living in this world that looks like everything you think it is, but really behind it is this code. Every single wall and couch and glass of water is all just built by this code that's powering the whole thing. And that is the biblical worldview is kind of the code that the Western civilization is built upon. And that's what I think people fail to realize, all the things they know and love and enjoy and appreciate about the world they live in, the freedoms that they enjoy, to be able to have public discourse and to disagree in a civil manner, to have freedom of religion, freedom of religious expression. Those ideas come from the Bible, from ideas like Jesus saying, to bless those who curse you and pray for those who persecute you. That creates the foundation for the world that we live in. So yeah, it's really hopeful that this will have a huge impact.
LifeWise Academy production of this documentary, Off School Property, Solving the Separation of Church and State, directed by Nate, who's with us, Nate Lundquist. This premieres October 23rd at over 700 theaters nationwide. I think only one in Wyoming, so it might be tough to get to. So we could see it online. How do we get online, purchase tickets, see this when it drops October 23rd?
Yeah, so October 23rd, that's a one-night only showing.
Okay.
And so if you got the way to find out where it is go to lifewise.org/off-school property. You can watch the trailer, share the trailer, find tickets, all that stuff. And then, if there's not two options. So if there's not a theater near you, you can also go to the Faith Content Network and you can host your own showing of the movie.
Oh.
Where you have to sell like 10 tickets, I think, is like the minimum threshold to be able to host a showing, and you can show it wherever you want and they'll send you the file and all that stuff. The other option is it will be going to streaming afterward. I really encourage you to see it in the theater if you can. There's tremendous impact in seeing it on the big screen. And if you've got people in your life that you want to, that should know that there's a way to reintegrate the Bible into the public education in America who would be interested in that, definitely try to get them to the theater. Get your church to the theater. I mean, I think this film has a lot of nurture and challenge for the church. Just a huge opportunity for the church to take advantage of, a way to reintegrate the Bible into public education.
Yes. And is that happening? Is there a revival there? LifeWise Academy would say, yes, they're seeing it. In fact, they're spearheading it. Joel Penton is the guy behind LifeWise. Nate Lundquist, the award-winning filmmaker who worked on this film, and I can't wait to see it. We just saw a little bit of the trailer teased coming in. October 23rd, you go on the interwebs at lifewise.org, lifewise.org, backslash or forward slash. I never know which one to call that. Slash.
It's a forward slash. I've actually personally made that conscious adjustment as well. /
off school property. I'm excited. And thanks. You feel happy about how it turned out. You can't wait to see it on the big screen. Is it ready to go, Nate?
Yeah, absolutely. It's ready to go. And I'm pumped.
Cool. I appreciate you being on. Have a fantastic, blessed Wednesday, and we'll try to drive as many people to the website as we can, or to the theater. I think it's in Cheyenne, Laramie. Thank you, buddy.
Awesome. Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Nate Lundquist on the Cowboy State Daily Show. We got to bop out of here. We'll see you same time tomorrow. Again, it's our 1-year anniversary on the show, by the way. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.